Thank you, Reese.
We've got about 2 minutes before the meeting starts. Kat, can you get me some mic? Mic me up. We have about 2 minutes before the meeting starts. Everybody needs to find a chair. If there's not a chair available, you'll need to go to the jar room. There'll be no standing on the walls. Please find a seat.
You're all listening. You're going to need to learn how to whistle.
I won't have them with this girl. I have a whistle to save my life.
Yeah, mine's really weak, or I can't do that.
Please find a seat. If there is no seats available, you will have to go to the jar room. Did anybody? Good afternoon and welcome to the Board of County Commissioners. We're going to do a couple of things. We're going to have a moment of silence for Memorial Day and recognizing those who served our country. And then following that, Reverend George Conger from the Shepherd of Hills Episcopal Church is going to say the invocation. Do I have anybody for the pledge? No. I guess we'll have the sheriff come up and give the pledge. If you can all please rise, thank you. Reverend.
Good afternoon. We gather today as stewards of our community, entrusted with the important responsibilities of governance and service. As we begin this meeting, let us take a moment to reflect on the weight of our duties and the impact of our decisions on the lives of those we serve. We seek guidance and wisdom as we deliberate on the matters before us. May our discussions be grounded in integrity, our decisions be rooted in justice, and our actions be driven by a commitment to the common good for all residents of Citrus County. Grant us clarity of thought and unity of purpose so that we might work together effectively to address the needs of our communities. Help us to listen with empathy, speak with respect, and act with fairness. In all that we do, may we be mindful of the diverse voices and perspectives within our community and strive to promote the well-being and prosperity of all those we represent. Thank you for the opportunity to serve. We ask for your blessing on this meeting and all those who contribute to our shared goals. Amen.
If you would join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So as a matter of housekeeping, and I know we want to hear from everybody, but just to let you know, later today, when we talk about the sand mine application, that is a quasi judicial. We want to hear from everyone, but we cannot have specifics to that application that is pending. If you want to come up and talk about maybe amendments to the mining ordinance, that's what we would call a legislative decision. But anything that has to do with the application itself is a quasi judicial, and we cannot talk about that at this time. That will be heard before the master, a special master, and then it will be heard by the BOCC. But it is something that we cannot go into and talk about the ordinance today. All right, next on our agenda. Madam Clerk, we do the roll call, please.
Yes, ma'am. This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners. This 27th day of May, 2025. In attendance are Chair Rebecca Bays, First Vice Chair Diana Finnegan, Second Vice Chair Janet Barrett, Commissioner Jeff Kennard, Commissioner Holly Davis, Assistant County Administrator Mary Sel Rodriguez, and County Attorney Denise A. Diamond Line.
Thank you. Next is the approval of the agenda.
So, Chair, we have several additional information items. E4, we have a correction to the available balance on the agenda memo and the budget impact. It lists 1,601. It should be 1,608. On E8, the April staffing was added. On E11, there was a request for staff position in system management. It was updated to request 1 staff member instead of 2. The general fund budget transfer will be modified to eliminate the network administrator position. Item H4, FDOT, to discuss Suncoast Parkway extension. We added the list of requests from FDOT and several correspondence, one from Johnson Law Group on behalf of Gregory Southworth, and multiple citizen correspondence. On H5, we added the presentation to the space needs. An additional item was added, E12, which was a time-sensitive FDEP agreement. There was an amendment to number 1 for Citrus County Comprehensive Vulnerability Assessment. That is it.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Davis.
motion to approve the agenda with the changes as read into the record.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis, a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any further comments? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nay? Motion carries 5-0.
Chair, sorry to interrupt. If you wanted to, I did confirm that the Southworth application hearing is going to be heard on June 27th at 1 o'clock. If you wanted to make that announcement, that's the only hearing thus far that we know about. The one before the BOCC will be later, but we don't have the date for that.
Okay. Do I need to?
I think I just said it.
Okay, thank you. Next on our agenda is proclamations. If board members would meet me down front, please.
Motion to approve B1 and B2.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Kennard. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Whereas Men's Health Month is a part of ongoing international effort to educate men, boys, and their families about receiving regular disease prevention screenings and living healthier lifestyles, and whereas nationwide life expectancy for men averages 5 years fewer than that of women, with men experiencing higher rates of health problems such as diabetes, obesity, cancer, heart disease, and premature mortality. And whereas Men's Health Network is recognized for their esteem in the creation of maintenance and champion over national efforts of officially distinguished Men's Health Month and Men's Health Week, as established in 1994. And whereas Men's Health Month is a time for the public to recognize the mental and physical health needs of men and boys while encouraging fathers to be role models for their children through preventative health screenings, healthy living, and seeking needed help. And whereas the growing epidemic of suicide and substance abuse requires special effort to raise awareness of unrecognized and undiagnosed depression and mental stress in boys and men. And whereas the centerpiece of Men's Health Month is National Men's Health Week and Special Awareness Period passed by Congress and signed into law by President Bill Clinton on May 31st, 1994, and officially facilitated yearly by the efforts of Men's Health Network. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County does hereby proclaim June 9th through the 15th, 2025 as Men's Health Week in Citrus County, Florida. Would those representing Keep Citrus County Beautiful, Beverly Hills Leadership Council make their way forward? Whereas Keep Citrus County Beautiful is an affiliate of Keep America Beautiful and Keep Florida Beautiful. It was incorporated in 2001 as a 501c3 nonprofit organization to encourage personal responsibility for reducing litter, promoting recycling, and beautifying our community through education, activities, and recognition. And whereas to recognize those individuals and organizations that have volunteered their time in efforts to preserve our county's natural beauty, Keep Citrus County Beautiful created the Pride Award to recognize their contributions to reducing the litter, promoting recycling, and beautifying our community. And now, therefore, it is with great appreciation that the Keep Citrus County Beautiful Pride Award is presented by the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners to the Beverly Hills Leadership Council for taking the lead in planning and executing a beautification program that includes community-wide cleanup and lawn moving programs.
So the award is from Keep Citrus County Beautiful, and we've been doing this for now 20-some-odd years in recognition of organizations and individuals throughout the county that help keep our county beautiful. And Beverly Hills Association, now known as the Beverly Hills Leadership, has been doing this for 20-some-odd plus years. They just had a recent cleanup in Beverly Hills. And then this summer, in partnership with Cadence Bank, they're going to go through and help those homes that, or the elderly, or they just physically can't do it, clean up their yards. So they were our top-notch candidate that we decided that this month that they should receive this Pride Award in helping keep our county beautiful. So thank you.
I'm Mike Belk, and I am the president of the association, and I want to truly thank the commissioners, the sheriff, and Craig Dalton for their participation, their help, their support. And every area, almost every area, has a bit of blight, to include Beverly Hills. We're trying our best to get rid of the blight, make it a better community, and I think we're succeeding. And thank you again.
Next on our agenda today are the time certains at 1:05, which is a presentation of the Sheraldi's Trust contribution to the Citrus County Animal Shelter. Oh.
Could I ask commissioners to please come back down? Sorry about that. I didn't know that was next on the agenda, or I would have given you a warning. My apologies. Good afternoon, commissioners. I want to express a tremendous amount of gratitude that we're here this afternoon for a check presentation for animal services of $270,000. I know I can speak for Carlene Yarborough and our animal services director and all of the staff and volunteers there, and that we are extremely grateful for this very generous gift from the Sheraldi family. I would like to introduce Mr. Russ Varney, a lifelong friend of the Sheraldis, to say a few words.
My name is Russ Varney. I'm a lifelong friend of Frank and Maria Sheraldi. I met Frank in 1958. I met Maria in 1970, shortly before they were married, and stayed friends with them the rest of their lives. Frank, as you may know, was in the Army. He went right out of high school. They put him in officers training. He did well. And over the years, he rose to the rank of major. He served 2 tours in Vietnam. And during this time, of course, Maria was left at home, and she did what she needed to do. After the service, he wanted to come back to Citrus County, and he did. He became a fishing guide. Fishing was always his love. He had learned to fish at a very young age from Charlie Barnes, if you all remember him, and Frank's uncle, Jerry. They taught him to fish, and he did that really the rest of his life. And so he came back. He did that for a while, got interested in politics along the way, and served 2 terms on the Crystal River City Council and 1 term as a county commissioner. He also had interim appointments with the Department of Transportation and also with the Florida Historical Society, where his office was in Ybor City. And Maria was manager at the Columbia Restaurant, and one of her main duties was cigar buyer. Frank loved cigars. Maria knew cigars, but that was something. And so Frank passed away in 21 of a kind of a sudden illness. They didn't realize how sick he was, but he passed away in May of 21. And then Maria downsized and moved to Royal Oaks over here in Inverness, where she was able to live independently, which was very important to her. She had explored going into more of a group setting, but she really wanted to be independent. There was the matter of the cats as well. The cats couldn't go with her if she went to a group facility. But the only way that she could stay on her own was with help. And luckily, she met some wonderful friends that took great care of her. Jim and Jen Malone, across the street neighbors, checked on her multiple times a day. And Ina Long came regularly, multiple times a day as needed. And Maria's life would not have been the same without them. She had every need taken care of, and she stayed, and she kept her good humor and her good spirits and her sense of humor, of course. I mean, one example of her sense of humor is Frank's ashes. Now, Frank was a golfer, too, in addition to being a cigar guy. But they had gone years ago to Scotland and brought back this cigar keeper that was a ceramic container with one of these lids with the metal clasp on it. Well, that's where Frank's ashes were kept, on a shelf in the living room with a cigar and an ashtray and a clipper right there to remember him by, and of course his picture. But anyway, thankfully she was able to live independently. She was mentally alert. She enjoyed life, and it was only because she was well taken care of by these angels, Jim and Jen and Ina. Otherwise, there would have had to been different arrangements. Thank you.
Next on our agenda is H2, the proposed settlement agreement with Southwest Florida Water Management District. Madam Attorney?
Yes, thank you. We actually have Jonathan Tortorici, who is calling in on Teams. Hopefully he's connected.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, great, thank you. Commissioners, today for your consideration is a settlement agreement relating to ongoing litigation with the Water Management District, as you know, relating to the Chassahowitzka boat ramp. This document thankfully culminates many years of discussions. I believe it started back in 2019 when this issue first came about. We worked collaboratively with the district, their counsel, through mediation in the litigation, and we're happy to bring this document to you today. We have Susan Spurgeon, who's our outside counsel, and it's actually Jonathan Tortorici on the line, and I'll let Susan answer any questions that you might have about the document. If you don't have any questions, then we're asking for your consideration and approval of that today and authorization for the chairman to sign.
Board members, you have any questions?
Well, I will make a motion, and I've got some comments before we vote on it.
All right,
So-
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard.
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Davis. Floor is all yours, Commissioner Kennard.
Well, first of all, I want to say props both to our council and the district for avoiding litigation in this situation. It should not go without saying that this truly is a win for not just Citrus County boaters, but the public in general to continue to have access to the Chassahowitzka River by that boat ramp. Ms. Lynn, I believe, wisely counseled this board numerous times that she felt that the boat ramp rightly belonged to Citrus County. Obviously, the district disagreed and consequently filed suit against us, so we had to defend ourselves. And thankfully, cooler heads prevailed. When government sues government, the people lose. And in this case, ultimately, it worked out before a long, expensive, drawn-out trial. So congratulations to both of you for helping us through this, and thank you to the district for helping us to avoid further litigation. Congratulations as well to the boaters who enjoy using that boat ramp on the beautiful Chassahowitzka River.
Wonderful. Anyone else?
I'll just ditto that. There's no, don't want to improve on perfection.
All right, thank you.
Commissioners, I just want to say thank you for giving me the honor of representing Citrus County in this matter. I've known Denise for quite a while, and she knows that I take real property issues that are somewhat out of the ordinary, as this one was. But I'm glad that the citizens have gotten everything that we would have asked for and hoped for in a court decision, and that's through the cooperation between the county and the Water Management District. And we owe a debt of gratitude to them as well. But thank you for letting me have the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to open it up to the public. Is there any public comment on this matter? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. No clapping. Moving on to H3, presentation from the Citrus County Sheriff's Office on hurricane season.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Hi there.
Look at all the people who turned out just for me. That's awesome. Just go along with it, okay? All right, we have a slide presentation. So if you could put that up on the screen. I might have to have a board and a pencil here in a second. All right, if you go to the first one. So it's important to remind everybody that we do live in an all-hazard state. It's not just hurricanes. I know we focus on it because it's a big deal, but it really is a small window of the year that we live in. And we do, and you can go to the next slide there for me. There we go. You can see from this slide, we have everything. Transportation incidents, airplane crashes, flooding. Just a regular severe thunderstorm in the summer can create serious issues and damage such as straight line winds or tornadoes. So it is important for everybody to be prepared year round. Next slide, please. So hurricane season, June 1st and November 30th. And of course, our peak is September 10th. Right now, the predictions are pretty high again. The bottom line is that we are in a pattern, and this pattern is active, and it's going to be that way probably for a period of time. On average this year, they're looking at 14 named storms, 7 hurricanes, and 3 major hurricanes. So that is pretty significant. Right now, we're also looking at some activity that could occur in the beginning or mid-June, some of the first disturbances that we're seeing, and this is normal. For those who've been around for a long time, we know that these things occur, and it looks like Mexico is going to be first to receive any of the first disturbances. So a lot of people ask, you know, something I don't understand. Why is it that we don't have a lot of hurricanes or tropical events early on in the year? Anybody have an idea why?
Water temperature.
Yeah, that's an effect. Go to the next slide, please. Next one. Saharan dust. A lot of people, you all were close, we give you credit. A lot of people don't realize that there is dust that blows off the African continent and comes all the way across the ocean and actually lands in the United States. If you walk out right now, I guarantee you that there is African dust sitting out there in front of this courthouse. This is our friend. This keeps the air dry, and it lasts for a pretty good amount at the beginning of the year, or the season, I should say. But eventually this dust will subside, and that's when we start to see this increase in activity. Next slide, please. So how do we get our forecasts? Well, it starts with the National Hurricane Center. And next slide, that's located in Miami. Now, they gather data, and as you can see by this slide, in a variety of different ways. It can be by radar, satellite, we have weather stations, we have storm spotters, buoys, you name it. They take all of this information, go to the next slide, please, and they take all this data and they put it into this supercomputer. There's 2 of them, one in Reston, Virginia, and one in Orlando, Florida. All of that data is analyzed. It's all put in there from what's gleaned from all this activity. And then what it does is it takes that data and it puts it into all of the different models. And there's a whole bunch of different models. Bottom line, it's the same data going in, God bless you, with different outcomes. But rest assured, there's not a computer just sitting there saying, hey, this is what the season, or this is what this particular storm is going to be. There's actually a human touch. There is a person that, or people that go in there and they refine the forecast and they look at it. Some are more reliable than others when it comes to the actual models, but that's why you have to have a human that's actually looking at these things. Next slide, please. So, once that information comes out of the National Hurricane Center, it gets pushed to the local weather field office. Ours is located in Tampa, Florida. Actually Ruskin, but close enough. They call themselves the Tampa Bay Weather Office. And they take that high-level information from the National Hurricane Center and they push that down to the local weather field office, and they analyze that because they know our coastal shoreline, they know all that information, and then they give us the information such as what kind of storm surge we could see, what kind of winds, tornadoes, whatever that may be. Next, please. What are our key messages for this year? As in every year, run from the water and hide from the wind. We want people who live in a storm surge area, when it's time and the warning is there, get out and get to a safe place. And if you're in a structure that's incapable of handling the winds that are expected, get to shelter. Don't focus on the cone rather than focus on the impacts. It is interesting that when people see that cone, they think, well, if I'm just outside of it, I'm fine. That's where all the winds end and whatever else. And we know that's not the case. Winds can extend out hundreds of miles. It can create storm surge. There's a variety of different things. So we want people to focus on the impacts, not the cone. Storm strength does not determine storm surge. I hear people say, well, it's only a category 1. We're not going to get any water. Whoa, wait, it's category 5. We're going to see a lot of water come in. That's not the case. Look at all of these storms that have hit us. Hermine years ago was only a category 1. The no-name storm, which was nothing, until it happened, that was significant. We cannot focus on that. We have to focus on what the impacts are being projected. Look at Superstorm Sandy that hit New York, New Jersey. That was a category 3, massive storm surge and damage. So because it's only a category 1 doesn't mean you're not going to have catastrophic damage. Where category 5 comes into play is obviously the wind and more there. But it depends on where the hurricane is coming from, the direction of impact. Is it going along our coast? Is it north or south of our position? So there's a lot that happens. Evacuate tens of miles, not hundreds. Back years ago, we used to say, get out of the path, go to Georgia, go to Key West, get out of Citrus County. That's not practical. We are too large of a state. People need to go ahead and have plans, and if they're not in a safe location, go to a safe location, maybe tens of miles, a friend or family member's home, and if they can't do that, go to an emergency shelter. Have at least 7 days of food and water, and we know there's a lot of people who do not plan for this. This is crucial. You're going to be out of water, supplied water because there's no power. You're going to have no electricity. You're going to have no utilities. You may be in your home for days without anything, and you need to be able to sustain yourself. So that's why we say 7 days of food and water. That's 1 gallon of water per person per day. It doesn't include pets. It doesn't include cooking, flushing toilets, whatever it is. There is no excuse not to evacuate. I hear people say, well, I can't afford it. I can't do this. I can't do that. Not in Citrus County. In Citrus County, we have a great Citrus County Transit, a great group of people. It's a great service that you provide to the community. They will pick somebody up from their home and they will take them to an emergency shelter or a friend or family member's home in Citrus County for free. There is no excuse for people to say, I cannot afford or I have no means to evacuate. There's always a way, and we certainly have it here. And it is important to know what your evacuation zone is. I'm sure there's, when people travel our main roads, and I'll give you a good example. Let's look at Highway 44 at Meadowcrest, where you have your other government office. There are people that will look at that and they will say, man, we're far away from the coast. I'm not close to Crystal River. We're never going to get any storm surge. Do you know that the maximum evacuation that you could have ends at the edge of Meadowcrest, and it can be up to 35 feet of storm surge? You could have lots of water there. So we have to take it seriously. We have to look at that killer, and that's what it is. Storm surge is a killer. Next slide. Okay, this is the hurricane evacuation map, and it indicates where we have the different zones, A through E, and again, Meadowcrest, as an example, is right there, up to 35 feet of water. This, we'll see in a minute, is included in our new disaster preparedness guide, which has just been published and it is available. Next slide. Some people say, well, I don't know where I live in the evacuation zone. How do I find that information out? You have an address lookup in this county called through Citrus County GIS, and anybody can go there, type in their address, find out their base flood elevation, what evacuation zone in, what FEMA zone, their county commissioner, everything they want to know, utilities, schools, whatever it is. So that's a one-stop shop. And I will tell you, I give a lot of credit to GIS. They are a great support during disasters, but not every county has this tool. This is an important tool, and I'm very thankful to our people here. A lot of kudos to them. Let's talk about sandbags. Next slide. So sandbags can be purchased at any time. You don't have to wait for a disaster. Our big box stores sell sand and sandbags, so there's no reason to wait. You can be prepared now and get those resources. The only time that we really give out sandbags is when it's going to be something so critical that you cannot source it locally and they're going to run out. The most important thing, and I want to tell everybody, is that with a sandbag, or sandbags, you have to use plastic. You have to line them. And if you look at that diagram up there, you'll see where the plastic sheeting. When you go to the beach, build a sandcastle, dig a moat, water comes through. Why is water coming through? It comes through sand. And the only way you're going to stop that water is by the plastic. All the sandbags do is keep the plastic in place to keep it out of your home or business. Let's talk about the next slide. Evacuation. It's issued by the counties and or cities, depending on where you live. The orders are dependent on obviously the typical threat or whatever the threat is. The chairman is the one who would be responsible for addressing that when it comes to orders. And it's important to understand and recognize that emergency workers stop at 45-mile-per-hour sustained winds of 2 minutes or more. Because there are people who think I can be rescued at any time, and that's not the case. The brave men and women who protect us are not going to go out in the high winds to rescue somebody where they could lose their life because someone forgot to evacuate or didn't want to evacuate. So you've got to get out when the orders come in and get to a safe place. Next one. So we do have emergency shelters. They are at the Citrus District schools. We have 3 types: the general population, where anybody can go, pet friendly. There is no reason to not leave your home and have your pets left behind. You can take them with you. Of course, it's normal pets, dogs, cats, birds. We've had reptiles, things like that. No horses, no elephants, giraffes, but in general, we can handle everything else. And then last, the special needs. If anybody is on oxygen or has to have electricity to run medical equipment, that's what the special needs shelter is, and we really encourage everybody to sign up and register for that. Next, our disaster planning guide, which I showed you the evacuation map. This is brand new. It's available on the sheriff's website, sheriffcitrus.org, and you can click on the emergency management tab. We've also made some changes to it, improvements in the years past. And we also have a section on lithium-ion batteries. And a lot of people may be like, why are we worrying about lithium-ion batteries? Well, believe it or not, those batteries and seawater don't interact well, and you can have secondary fires from those batteries. So we have a section on that. Next page. Check in Citrus. This is what we've been saying for years. Please check in. I can't tell you how many times I've been to a restaurant before a hurricane is coming in, and I know the server's there, and I'm like, hey, what are you doing to prepare? And they give you that look like, prepare for what? Oh, the hurricane? And I don't blame people. We've had a number of rough years when it comes to politics and things and things happening in our world, and people do turn it off. I get that, but you can't. You got to stay checked in. You've got to look at what's happening in our county, in our state, and in the nation or the world. There's a lot of stuff that happens out there that can affect us. So we really want people to stay informed. Next page. Alert Citrus. That is a free application we have. Anybody can sign up. It allows us to send targeted messages for through an email, through text, or through voice call. It's free to sign up. Anybody can go to our website, again, sheriffcitrus.org, and sign up for that. Next, halfway full, halfway there. This is the state's campaign. Right now, everybody should have at least a half a tank of fuel and not get any less than that. That way, if we have a storm coming in, you run down to the gas station and you just top it off. You don't need a lot of fuel. It also makes it so that you don't have people taking all the fuel, and then when people who do need it, they can't get it. And I have people say, well, I need to make sure I have a full tank of gas after the storm. You can't go anywhere. You can't drive on the road. Power lines are down. The roads are blocked. It's cut off. Just get the gas you need and stay put if you've sheltered in place until the all clear is given. Next, emergency kit Anybody can scan this QR code. It'll take them to the state's website where people can get a list of items that they need to have a go kit and a survival kit. There's a lot more involved than just food and water. There's other important things. Next, messaging during events. We've got a couple different ways that we message to the community. Obviously, the Sheriff's Office is the primary agency for distributing the information, and then it's picked up by the BOCC and others. That way we have one consistent message coming out. We have an emergency splash page on our website, which we did last year. It's a one-stop shop for all information. People can get that there. We also have social media at Sheriff Citrus. And I also have the ability to do other messaging. I can use what's called iPause or WEA, Wireless Emergency Alert. This is through FEMA, and I used this last year during the storms. I was able to send a message to everybody's cell phone in Citrus County. Whether you were signed up or not through Alert Citrus, I hit everybody's phone numerous times and also hit the television, hit the radio, that had key information about evacuation and things like that. So we do have tools that are out there. And the state also has the ability to do that too. Next, this is mitigation, and I want to just remind everybody that I think it's important that people do take steps to mitigate the dangers that we experience. That can be in a variety of different ways. Next slide, and that's going to be securing your home. And here's just a quick example of making sure your roof's intact. Make sure that it's up, it's not falling apart. There's problems, shingles missing, trimming branches, tree limbs, things like that. Sealing the house up. The most critical thing is to keep the wind out. And I'm going to show you something in a minute on that. Next slide. Blue tape. Anybody here use blue tape on their windows? I hope not. Duct tape, blue tape, this does nothing. Next slide. See if this video plays. Okay. The little PowerPoint that could. No? All right. So you would have seen a piece of a window with tape on it and a 2x4 flying through it at a high rate of speed. You cannot stop debris and wind with tape. You've got to go ahead and you've got to secure it. Next slide. And this is just an example of plywood or shingle or shutters, whatever it may be. Once the house is penetrated by the wind, that's when you lose the roof and whatever else. And you can't wait to the last minute to go get plywood. Because I'm gonna tell you this, here's a little trick that people do. The storm's coming, they go online to the major retailers and they buy their plywood online. So when you show up there to buy it, they say, nope, sorry, not available. And you're like, look at all the stacks you have already been sold. So you've got to buy your plywood early in the season and be ready to go. Next one, continuous load path. I just want to mention this. This is the ideal that you want with every piece of construction. So that roof is secure all the way down to the ground into the concrete. Older homes don't have this. It's just the old code. So that's why it's important. Know when your house was built. If you live in a mobile home, manufactured home, or a house that's older and it doesn't have this continuous load path, you may be a person who needs to evacuate because it cannot hold it. Next, let's talk about insurance for a second. There's a lot of people in this state and in this county who do not have homeowners insurance. They don't have renters insurance. They have nothing. And in the end, their hope is for FEMA to go ahead and make them whole. And that's not going to happen. That's not FEMA's business. That's not what they do. So you have to have insurance. And a lot of people say, well, I can't afford insurance on my whole house. That is if you don't have a mortgage where you're required. And here's the thing. Flip that argument and ask the question, what can I afford? If I can pay $80 a month for some kind of a room and contents or whatever it is, so that if I lose my structure and I have nothing, I have some money that can help me rebuild. You need to have insurance. And then, of course, next slide, substantial damage. I know we've talked about this, but it is important to note that if any structure has damage over 50% of the assessed value, it must be rebuilt to the new code. Any peril, it doesn't mean just hurricanes. I mean, we could have a tornado come through. You could have a fire. It doesn't make a difference. And this gets people because if you don't have adequate insurance to cover it, you're going to be left with unable to get a permit and unable to build. So it's imperative that people have adequate financial means to be able to deal with that. Next slide. And I just have a little bit left here. I wanted to give you an update on the direct housing mission through FEMA. At this time, we have 35 people that are still in need of homes. They're either temporarily being housed or they're with somebody. And FEMA is actively working on trying to get them housing until beginning of next year when the program ends. Between Helene and Milton, here are your numbers. Housing assistance provided by FEMA, $10 million. Rental assistance, $1.3 million. Repair assistance, $9.2 million. Replacement assistance, $163,000. Other needs to our citizens in Citrus County, $13.3 million. So FEMA has put a lot of money into Citrus County to help our residents rebuild. So I just wanted to highlight those numbers. And the last few slides. Next, All Hazard Expo. That's going to be June 14th at the College of Central Florida from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. We're going to have live demonstrations. We're going to have vendors. Julie Marquez is coming up, and she'll be available, and Mr. Deskins from another news outlet. So we'll have meteorologists that will be presenting. And we partnered with the Chamber of Commerce, and they're going to have a program at the same time and the same location. So we're really excited about that. It's free. Come on out. Everybody who shows up is going to get a tarp. And everybody's going to get a case of water that it has a 10-year shelf life on it. So you can stock that and you'll have your water set for you. So come out for that. And the next slide, this Thursday, I'll be operating the All Hazards exercise at the EOC in Lecanto. That's our annual exercise for all of our emergency support functions and getting ready for the season. So, and then the last slide, I'll have you pop that up for a second. That is, if anybody wants to have anything with planning, you can take your QR code, scan that, and it will provide you information on planning. So, with that, we all need to be prepared. We need to be ready, and just pray that, we won't be impacted. Do you have any questions for me?
Commissioner Davis?
I just want to say it was very inspiring to see you in action last year. You did a fantastic job running emergency management, as I was chair last year, for those that don't remember. And we had the back-to-back hurricanes, and you really did a great job. I do have, and this was a great presentation, one question, in the coulda, shoulda, woulda file. Copeland Park, I don't believe, since this was, Helene, was a historic flood for us, I believe, by probably 3 feet or so. Copeland Park had never been flooded before, so they just actively ignored the orders to evacuate. And I'm sure there were many other neighborhoods, but Copeland Park has a lot of Alice population there. And so when they were rescued, their only working vehicles to get to work were destroyed in the flood. So in the coulda, shoulda, woulda file, I know some of us were talking about having maybe sent deputies through with bullhorns to say this is different. Yeah. And I think a lot of people don't get the message that just because it's never flooded before doesn't mean with these newer and larger storms and storm surges that they're just not getting the message that things could be very different. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I agree. Any method or tool that we can use to get the message out, we do.
Because obviously they have cell phones, and so they got the messages by cell phone, but as the communications person, I say that just because we do that doesn't necessarily mean
I agree
that they're listening. So anyway.
Yeah. Well, thank you for your comments. I appreciate it. It's my pleasure.
Great job.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Chris, excellent presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Michelle Alford, Housing Services Director, and I'm going to jump in behind Chris and talk a little bit more with some updates on the Elevate Florida program. on one second. Next slide, please. So to date, 12,000 applications statewide have been submitted. FDEM stopped taking applications on April 11th. On that same day, another one of their programs was cut, a $300 million program. Happy to say it was not the Elevate Florida program. So at this time, it is being funded, and also local governments, and we know we are one of them that put aside HMGP funding. We put aside the $16.2 million, so thank you. That money will directly help our residents of Citrus County. So out of the 12,000 applications submitted statewide, 395 were from Citrus County. 120 of those were Crystal River residents. 269 are going for elevation strictly. 107 are going to be the demolition and reconstruction and then brought up to the elevation code. 16 of those are wind mitigation, and 3 are the acquisition demolition. Those are where the homes are going to be demolished and the residents will move to a different location. Next slide, please. Oh, that one. Thank you. Thank you. So 71% of the applicants that applied as their primary residence. That wasn't a requirement of the program, so you don't have to have it as your primary residence. So we know the rule about the flood insurance, that once these homes are brought up to the elevation, they're required to have flood insurance. Right now, 54% of those families have flood insurance. So once the homes are completed and the COs are issued, the rest of the families are going to be required for the life of the property to carry flood insurance. 32% are low to moderate income families. So where FDEM is at right now with the projects, they are working on structural assessments and they're doing inspections. They are working on getting their contractor pool put together, so a request for qualifications has been posted. They're working on benefit cost analysis for the project, again, just to make sure that it's cost feasible to proceed. They plan on awarding contracts on July 1st. As soon as that happens, then FDEM will immediately kick off their meetings. We're hoping, from what we're being told, is elevations, they should start around September. Once these meetings get kicked off and the contractors are secured, at that point, we'll start seeing families awarded. So at this time, there's not an official award to anybody. So once they get to this point, then we'll start seeing families awarded. After the elevations start in September, replacement should follow thereafter. Next slide, please. And as mentioned, we may not be managing the Elevate Florida program, but we do have staff on hand in housing. Marina Edwards, our housing grant mitigation specialist, she is on hand to answer questions for these families. And again, we had a call about a week ago of a woman calling because she got a letter and she was panicking that she was disqualified from the program. So we got a copy of the letter, had nothing to do with the Elevate Florida program, so it's a little confusing. It was her flood insurance, and I believe it was a claim, if I'm correct. So I just want to stress to any resident that is going through the program, please, if you have questions or just concerns, you can give us a call. We do have direct contact with FDEM, and hopefully we can answer any questions that our residents may have. So, and that is it for my updates. Does anyone have any questions?
I do, Michelle.
Yes,
I think you identified 107 will be complete demolition,
Yes.
and you think that will start sometime in September?
So elevations, the homes that are structurally able to elevate, those are the ones they're going to start with first. And then the demolition, reconstruction should start, I'm assuming, months, probably a few months after that.
Okay.
And that's our understanding. So we're hoping they kind of stick with that timeline.
Well, the only reason I was bringing that up is if it was September 1, you're right at the beginning of your primary hurricane season, and I would be concerned about the debris being on the ground and how quickly, what the plan is to get that moved.
No, exactly.
To the C&D landfill.
And again, this probably isn't the perfect time for them to be executing this program where, and again, I know they're trying to do it as quickly as possible, so.
I don't think so. Anybody else?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good afternoon.
Appreciate you all.
Thank you.
Well done.
Is that it? All right. All right, we're moving on to H4, the Suncoast Parkway Extension, the discussions and solutions. Is Justin Hall here?
Madam Chair, could I say a couple things just before
You sure
Secretary
can.
Hall gets started?
Floor is all yours.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Secretary. I just want to clear the air just a little bit because there's an awful lot of misinformation out there. And unfortunately, too many people have run with that. And I just want to make sure that people clearly understand the order of what has transpired, why ultimately I ended up putting this on the agenda for discussion, and why I asked that Secretary Hall would come here and help explain what's going on. So as many are aware, or at least the board is aware, I've served on the MPO, the Hernando Citrus MPO, which is our Transportation Planning Board, since 2016. And over the last probably year and a half or so, we have heard that the Phase 3A and 3B, the completion of the Suncoast Parkway to 19, had been fully funded, that this was definitely going to happen, and that 3A, the contract, the goal was to let the contract in the spring of 25, and the goal was to let the contract for 3B sometime later in 25, maybe the fall or winter. While sitting on the MPO for these last 8.5 years, we have had an absolutely fabulous relationship with FDOT. The last secretary, Secretary Gwen, at the drop of a hat, which is highly unusual, I believe, for the secretary of your district, DOT district, to show up or to answer emails or to answer phone calls. At the drop of a hat or a phone call, he was here. We have no less of a relationship with Secretary Hall. He's got some big shoes to fill, and he's been there for a long time and is doing, managing an awful lot of projects, big projects on his plate right now, and is doing a great job with that. So going back to the dates on when I had heard that these contracts were going to be let, I had heard recently, maybe the last 2 months or so, I had heard that there was a possibility of this project being delayed, not pulled, but the project's being delayed because of a concern over fill, sand, whatever. I'm way out of my lane when I start talking about that stuff. But I had heard that there was concern out there that there was going to be delays. The timing of this presentation is impeccable because what we just heard about from Chris Evans was the, evacuating when told to. They're going to try and not evacuate too many people if not necessary. I want you to think back to 2023 when Hurricane Milton hit, and literally it seems like half of Florida was evacuated, and a good portion of those ended up in Citrus County, clogging up the roads, using up all the gas, that type of stuff. It was a traffic nightmare for us. Pardon me. So when I heard that the continuation of this road may be delayed to some degree, and I didn't hear any dates, I thought, this can't be true. Surely we're not going to stop. I mean, this thing's got momentum. It's funded. I need to call Justin. And so I got on the phone with him and I said, what's the story here? Is this project being delayed, or what's going on with this? And he said, no, it's not being delayed. There is some concern about the fill, but DOT is looking at some options, what we can do to satisfy that need. You know, maybe that means DOT acquiring properties. He didn't say this, so this was me. Either DOT acquiring properties or looking at other sources for fill, so forth, so we can, make sure that we move forward. And I said, can I get that something official in writing, because I'm thinking about putting something on the agenda to try and speed up the process so that we don't get a delay in this project getting to 19. We do not want that road stopping at 486 right at Pine Ridge's entrance. And so ultimately, that's where Secretary Hall sent the email to me. I don't know if others got it or not, but it came to me because I requested it. So I sat down, put this on the agenda for us to have a conversation. Madam Chair, as you noted earlier, we're not voting, we're not talking about an application on a larger piece of property that is in the process of going through a rezoning. The only thing that we're talking about and why this is on the agenda today is that I had asked for this conversation, and if the board agreed to it, then ultimately at a later date, staff would bring back an ordinance for a formal public hearing. Actually, it would go through the PDC first, I believe, and then ultimately it would come to us if we decide to go that route. If we decide not to go that route, I'm fine with that too, but we just need to make sure that this project does not slow down. So anyway, I'll stop the jabbering. Secretary Hall, thank you again for being here. I have the utmost respect for you, sir.
So maybe I can provide a little calm maybe in the conversation, hopefully, just because time has passed since we had the initial conversation. So I've written something, I'll read it, and then we can have a dialogue. So first off, thank you for allowing me to be here, and thank you for continuing to be a great partner with FDOT. We've definitely done a lot of great things in Citrus County, and there's greater transportation issues that need to be addressed, so just thank you for that. While the Suncoast Parkway Extension project is not my project, it's not a District 7 project, it is important to the overall transportation network in the region. Through conversations with our contractors, it sounds like they have been able to source material through various properties, some that are already permitted and some that are going through the county mine approval process now. As with any FDOT project, we always look for opportunities to reduce or eliminate risk as much as possible. With that in mind, Florida's Turnpike Enterprise continues to look for a way to ensure that this project moves forward consistent with the developed schedule. This request before you today adds a valuable tool to our toolbox to allow for greater flexibility in the event that the total amount of fill cannot be met by the currently planned sources through our contractors. This is not the only avenue that FDOT is exploring. We're also looking at the possibility of the state purchasing property or fill directly, which is exempt from county ordinance. I am not here to try and convince you one way or another, so I'm not. And I'll just tell you, I mean, I personally think that the issue's been addressed by the contractors. And so really, for us, we're just trying to seek flexibility in case something happens, and the fact that we can acquire the fill quickly. But at the same time, that may be through us purchasing property, because if we acquire property, then we can source the fill without having to go through the county ordinance. And so, and just so you know, and I'll tell you too, when we had the conversation, a lot of people have asked, like, why the 5 miles, why things of that nature, is, for sheer magnitude, this job has 4.5 million cubic yards of fill. And so you're talking about tens of thousands of dump trucks running constantly. So the conversation was making sure that if we were to use this kind of emergency procedure, because that's definitely the way we looked at it. We didn't look at this ordinance change as something we were just going to use. It was more in an emergency. We wanted to be in close proximity to where we didn't have tens of thousands of dump trucks driving across county roads, that we had access directly off of the job site. So it'd be something where we could open the fence, get the fill, bring it onto the job, close the fence back up, not something where I've got vehicles driving, for miles through the county network. But I will tell you, like I said, I mean, I feel like we've addressed this issue. It would be a great tool to have in the toolbox, but I don't feel the same dire urgency that we had based on our conversation earlier in the month. So I'll answer any questions if I can. I'll answer as many questions as I can.
Commissioner Kennard?
Yeah, I guess we can't address it directly, but my concern, I'm glad that they've addressed it. Secretary Hall and I have not had any communication at all since I'd called him and then sent me an email. My concern, something that I want this board to keep in mind, that application, that pending application, when that does come to this board, if that's not approved, then the district or their contractor is short an awful lot of fill. Now, the amount of fill was 4.5 million yards?
Yeah, for 3A.
for 3A. That's the first half. That's to get it to Citrus Avenue. So who knows how many for 3B. That equates to between 200 and 250,000 truckloads of dirt. At 18 yards per truck, 18 to 22 yards per truck. That's how much dirt they're talking about moving here. And I don't know anything about the application other than what all these folks have sent us in emails. You know, obviously it hasn't come to us yet, and I've no further information about it than that. But when that application comes here, I want to make sure that this board, we do not have our backs against the wall and going, all right, if this isn't approved, then they're short 4 million yards of fill. What now? Then it possibly puts DOT or possibly, who knows, maybe the governor's office in a position that they have to do something. And I don't know that that's the best scenario then at that point. So, you know, I mentioned, and I'm not going to ramble on too much here about this, but I mentioned the great relationship that we've had with DOT. And I started jotting down just a number of the things where District 7 has gone to bat for us. The fully functioning traffic light on 19 at Dunellen Road, that was a safety issue. They stepped in, made that happen. The fully functioning light on 19 at Seven Rivers Hospital, that was a safety issue with folks pulling out of there. Obviously, you know, the resurfacing of 44 East, I had a chance to drive that road. I know it's not finished yet, but already a dramatic improvement. Traffic light going in at Gospel Island. And now they're getting ready to start resurfacing soon. Highway 19 going north through Crystal River, the widening of 41. So we have had an ongoing relationship there. And when DOT, when the district says there's a potential of an issue here, this would make it easier for us, I think it's incumbent on the board to have a conversation. Now, some folks don't like that, but I think it's incumbent on the board to at least talk about it.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Davis.
I too very much value our relationship with FDOT. You guys have done a lot of wonderful things in our county, and I appreciate you. I do have some concerns about waiving the process that's already in place because it's there to protect neighborhoods and environment and so forth. So I believe with the current application, it has gone very quickly because the applicant has done everything they've needed to do. That's what I've heard. And so let's put it this way, the county would not hold up the process with slow appointment dates and so forth with special master and with the county if such a thing comes about. But I really am not okay with waiving the process where the public gets full information ahead of time, and I'm very relieved to hear that you believe it to be not such an emergency anymore. So,
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm not in favor of changing anything.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Hello, Secretary. Well, I'll jump on the bandwagon because in front of Citrus County, I publicly thanked you, although you weren't here, for dropping everything and with zero notice, driving from Tampa to come meet me. You got our water tested, so you have been a fantastic partner, and I thank you for that. I wasn't in the mix of all this talking. I was celebrating the long weekend out of state and came back to a plethora of emails and, of course, did my research. When I saw all of this, a couple of things stuck out to me. One, reducing our setbacks, I didn't like that. And I would have to echo Commissioner Davis about getting rid of the process. Now, Commissioner Kennard just said if we were going to do that, they would first go to the PDC and then it would come to us. So that's a process. So I feel like if FDOT or more so their contracted partners are looking to do this, I feel like through the same process, if people out there have the land and they're wanting to file a mining application, they would just still go through the process. That way, instead of saying a blanket 5 miles where we don't know where that's hitting or touching, we can look at each application on its own merit. The other thing that questioned me, just because I had a constituent in my area with a good deal of property, had some trees that were knocked down by the hurricanes, and went through, got that all cleaned up. Some roots were showing, went in, put a little dirt over the roots, planted grass. It was actually better for the neighborhood, but didn't get a permit. So while I feel like the magistrate tried to be as lenient as possible, it was a whole big deal. Why? Because of drainage. So I'm looking for my expert that we have with the county with all things water, and I don't see him. Maybe he might be in the back. But I'm curious, how do all these different properties, if we waive this ordinance in Citrus County, start changing the topography without us looking at it, with us waiving everything? That can't be okay with us, and I cannot imagine in any world it would be okay with DEP.
While I agree with the way you guys are tracking, I'll tell you hydrologically, just like if we bought the site, we would confirm that there was no issues hydrologically. It would be the same difference as if we bought it, because if the DOT buys it, we don't have to follow the county ordinance. We would do the same thing. So we would ensure that we're not going to flood a neighbor, or we're, in fact, I would honestly argue that probably our standards for that are probably stricter than what you go through. Just being candid, as a state agency, we get run through the ringer on our drainage components. But anyway, to your point, I'm not, like I said, I'm not here to argue for it, so.
And I would say, because of my past relationship with you, I would totally believe that. I think that you would make sure it's okay. But I think we have a duty to hear every application because, and maybe that's why the audience is so filled up, but you probably have some adjoining neighbors and neighborhoods. And again, when you're reducing setbacks at the same time, I'm just saying within this 5 miles, if it comes before us or through the proper magistrate, they can identify that area, some areas that may work and in some areas that just might not. Hence the reason we have an ordinance. And I feel like I would agree with Commissioner Davis. If people applied and it was us holding it up, if we were not going through the process as we should, I feel like this board should start saying something and jumping in and trying to move it ahead, whether that's for or against. I mean, it may just be quicker to a no, but it could be quicker to a yes also. But I do feel like we should respect the process.
And just so you know, and the reason why I'm going to let you know is because we're not going that way anymore. But when we were pursuing this pretty hard, we were not proposing to get rid of the public hearing requirement. That was not one of our steps. We were just trying to shorten the timeline and use our public hearing requirements. So our 30-day instead of a 45-day, like we were going to use our public hearing notice like we did for the job, notify the owners, do it 30 days. So that was going to be our request, was not to just be like, hey, carte blanche, give us, this like wide envelope. That's not what we were asking for, but we didn't get there because we don't need to get there. So it's a good thing. So just know that we agree we would not have bypassed the public. Even on our process, we would not have bypassed the public.
We just have what's put in front of us.
No, you're fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I had to really quickly put a summation down to get over because there was a deadline, and I was like, okay, let me just dump as quickly as I could some like high level points in writing. But as we had a chance internally to talk about it, what we would and we wouldn't need relief from, it got a little easier.
Well, thank you
Commissioner
for
Barrett.
being here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Barrett.
Most of this project is going to be between Mr. Kennard's and my districts. I got a lot of flack from people wanting it and not wanting it. Okay, I know we have things in place that have to be followed as a county. And I really don't like other departments or divisions overstepping what we as a county have. So I would agree with Commissioner Davis, and I would have also said no, because of the fact that, one person with enough land to give you what you need is plenty. Not this one and that one and the other one giving you a little bit, a little bit, a little bit. We have bad enough roads that if one person can keep the vehicles off our roads, which really, really, we would love to get $200 million from you to get 491 done, okay? But I don't see you giving us that. But I'll take the extension to the, Parkway. And I thank you for that.
And Commissioner, just so you know, this was not to take the place of the single property owner. This was in concert, only because we were told that the approval for that wouldn't happen until September. The approval for this wouldn't happen until September. So we're just trying to manage risk. And I'll tell you, when we were looking at sites, because we've identified sites, we were looking at large tracts, not like hitting every property. I mean, that from an efficiency standpoint, that doesn't make any sense. So we would have gone and bought a large tract of land. It wouldn't have been, buying from 30 sites. It would have been, we would have went and picked one large tract.
But the approval would have made it so that other people in the county, if they had a tract of, say, 10 acres, could become a sand place. And it would be changing our procedures. And I really don't like to see us change our procedures. We have them in place. They've been in place for years, and they work. And yes, government does take forever to move. And you know that as
Glacial
well as
pace.
I do. Thank you for coming.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Kennard.
Yeah, just to address, and look, I'm fine with that. Put it on here for us to have a conversation about it. And if Secretary Hall says that the contractors have got it handled, I'm perfectly fine with that being handled. My concern is keeping the road moving forward. Commissioner Barrett, my concern with the comment that you just made is you just promised all these Pine Ridge folks out here and the applicant that you're gonna approve that when it comes before us in September.
I don't think I did. I said I agreed with Commissioner Davis, and she was opposed to it. At least that's what I thought. Commissioner Davis, aren't I correct? You're opposed to it at this point.
What you said was that if one person, one property owner can provide enough fill, then I'm good with that. And that's what is going to be proposed before us in September. Now, look, we'll have that discussion when it comes to us. But I would imagine, hopefully, these folks are hearing what's being said. And Commissioner Finnegan, you had brought up the drainage issue. And just as a side note or for folks' edification, even if we had this text amendment to the LDC, which we're not going to, if we had that, they still would be required to get a swift mud permit to look at where the water's going, how they're changing it. And I know that DOT doesn't have to get our county permits, but does DOT still need a swift mud?
Oh, yeah, swift mud, DEP,
So-
we would go through the full boat.
So anyway, that would, swift mud would be the one that would look at all that stuff. So anyway, I guess all for naught until September when we have a conversation about the applicant. Keep it moving forward. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Madam,
Commissioner Finnegan.
okay,
Well,
microphone.
thank you. I think two of us have already said too much about an application, and I didn't even want to bring it up, but we do have a pending application that has paid money and went through all of the process, no matter how that turns out. So I think that could be very sticky if some, and I don't know if there's more going through a process or not, but if some have or are going through the right process and then some would not, I don't think that's going to bode well for Citrus County in the end. And that's another reason that, another one of my concerns. I just didn't really want to talk about any applications that are on the table. Thank you.
Commissioner Davis.
Just for the record, I was categorically not speaking about the application, except to say that my understanding is that the applicant has been moving right along just fine in the application process. Therefore, I do not see any reason to change our current methodology that protects neighbors and environment. I have no idea how I will vote on that because I have not looked at it and the special master hasn't done the ruling, and we'll see what comes about.
Well, thank you as always for being good partners. So I appreciate it, and thanks for your time today.
Thank you for making the trip. We always appreciate you being here.
Yeah,
Thank
I'm
you
gonna go get
so
some
much.
tacos now, Los Magallas. It's like my thing. If I come here, I gotta go to, anyway, have a good one.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I think our attorney might need some medical assistance after we just gave her a heart attack.
Oh, the next on our agenda is the space needs presentation. Carlton? No, ma'am. There's no vote. You can speak it open to the public, That's what I was referring to at the beginning of the meeting. Pardon me? Yes, that open to the public. Excuse me, if you could refrain from talking in the chambers. We have a next presentation.
Chair, Commissioners, Carlton All, Public Works Director. So today we're going to bring to you the space needs analysis. This was identified as a target for action in the last 2 years. With the direction of administration, we got together with one of our consultants, and ACOM put together the space needs analysis that was presented to you today. You have the books in front of you. So what we're going to do today is really just a high overview of the information. They only have a very small presentation to kind of bring to you what's in this study or in this analysis for your consideration. This is going to be brought back at another date when we can do actually a workshop. We can spend the time to get into it, dig into it. If you have any major questions or concerns, we can discuss it during the workshop. As well, we're going to pass this out to all of the stakeholders as well as the constitutional officers that were part of this space needs. And I really want to take a few minutes just to kind of thank all of them for their time that they spent with ACOM and our county staff to provide the information that we needed to put this study together. In addition, I want to thank Mr. Tom Henry, who is our construction manager. Since he came with the county about 7.5 months ago or so, he's dove straight into this process, and he's been a very big help, as well as Veronica Kamshore, who is our special projects manager. She's also been heavily involved in getting this information together. So what I want to do is really I want to present to you the short term before AECOM actually does their presentation. Because what we've not been waiting on this analysis, we've already started moving on the space needs that are going to be in the next 2 years. So to start that presentation, I want to kind of give you an idea of the second floor of the courthouse. It was identified that it would make more sense to actually make courtrooms in the courthouse for the judicial. So we started that process already. We have produced a floor plan. We've vetted that floor plan with the judicial. The judges have looked at it. They've made revisions twice, and that is in the process right now of being put together for a final version. In addition, we've identified stakeholders who could be moved into the Coca-Cola building. Previous, we had talked about putting courtrooms there, but now it makes more sense to move those services that are court-related into that building, but don't actually need to be inside the courthouse. So on the second floor of the courthouse are two entities that have to be moved to begin with. One is the clerk's IT. They have a large space upstairs where a lot of their IT staff have their desks, offices, and where they do a lot of their work for the court system. So we've identified some space in the Coke building for them to move to. As well, we have the public defender who's on the second floor. So we've also identified a space of the Coke building that they could move into as well. Those plans have been drawn to the point where all of the changes are being made now, so that very soon we'll have a finalized set of plans that we can go out to bid on for construction. In addition, we have all of your offices on the second floor, as well as county attorney's office that's on the second floor that needs to be relocated. So we've had a lot of conversations with the city of Inverness. We've looked at space available, and they actually come January of 2026, have about 5,100 square feet that's going to be available for lease. Thinking about security for the commissioners as well as county legal staff, we thought that would be the best scenario, is to sign a lease with the city of Inverness for that space. We asked permission from the board to negotiate that lease. We received the lease last week. So it'll be coming to you in a very soon meeting to discuss. So that's really kind of a short overview of where we're at currently. We do have Eric Williams is here from the city of Inverness. He'd like to speak for a minute if you don't mind. Kind of give you an idea of our relationship that we've had and what the city has to offer for the county.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, Mr.
Good
Williams.
afternoon. How are you all doing?
Very
Hopefully all
good.
had a great Memorial Day and weekend. Beautiful weather in our county here, hot outside. This has been a historic set of conversations and opportunity, I think, between the county government and the city government. Listen, you are all at a great opportunity to get ahead of growth that somewhat's already occurring and will occur. And with that comes the growth of things like courthouses, county offices. The city built a number of facilities throughout the downtown and owns a number of properties throughout the downtown that strategically would be things that I think we would want to provide opportunities, if so much as giving property as well as offering space in a period of time that may be 5, 10, 15 years, because eventually you'll have to build something, but it may be many years down the road. But the relationship between the city and the county today is stronger than it ever has been. Mr. Howard and I talk all the time, mostly about county and city business, sometimes about different ways to unlatch from these jobs. But I will tell you, to have a footprint of cooperative government, to have a location within the county seat that we can maintain congruency between these agencies is amazing. And the Inverness Government Center has been a place that our focus has always been beyond the operations of the city. And I believe there's a great opportunity there, as well as, again, some of the properties that we own in the downtown. Your team with Carlton and Thomas have done an outstanding job. I've met with AECom. I believe they're going to bring to you some great opportunities, but wanted to come here today and share that we're all in to help make this happen for you, because it's what's needed in our county. It's good, intelligent, smart growth.
Very good. Does anybody have questions?
Just a
Commissioner Kennard?
statement. Eric, what a difference from 2016. No criticism or shade cast on anybody.
Well, I was driving the getaway car too, so that's okay.
But I remember sitting in some different very long lunch meetings at the time, and like, can we please break down these barriers and start working together? It just makes sense. And so thank you. A breath of fresh air for sure. I love to see us both working together.
And we've got a great city council and mayor and as well as you all that help make that happen. Staff's job is not in policy, but the execution of that is very important. And I think both agencies have a real spirit to want to see these things happen.
Great. Thank you again.
Appreciate what you're doing in the city.
Thank you. I'll have a great day. Thank you.
So we have one slide that I want to show you before we get AECom to do their presentation. The slide is of the downtown area, kind of shows the courthouse and the surrounding properties. Should have been the first slide. Possibly not. There's a lot of property that Eric was actually speaking about that would have shown, and that's not it. So it would have shown the courthouse that we currently have, the Coke building. It would have shown the property that the city of Inverness currently owns in the downtown area, that we're cooperating with the city of Inverness on future space needs and the possibility of using that land that they already currently own to expand our footprint and our facilities here in downtown Inverness. So as far as AECom is concerned, they're joining us via Teams over the phone. They're going to do a very short presentation, as I mentioned. You can stop them at any time during that presentation if you would like to ask questions, or we can wait till the end and we can answer them together. Turn it over to AECom.
Thank you.
We could hear on this end, Jake. I'm not sure if the audience can hear.
Yes,
Just checking if
they
the
can
room
hear
can
you.
hear me. Oh, great. All right. I will go ahead and share my screen. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, great. Thanks, Carl. So I'm sharing my screen now with a short presentation to describe the analysis of the space needs assessment. My name is Jake DeVos. I'm a senior design consultant at AECom. We've been contracted to partner for the space needs assessment. It's a great pleasure to speak with you all today and to present the summary of our findings, as well as our nearly year-long effort at this point to really reimagine the future of Citrus County's real estate footprint. The study, I'll walk you through a couple points that we'll present today, but it's really just a glimpse of the future of Citrus County's administrative spaces, what they can look like thinking 10 plus years into the future, a couple decades ahead. I'll provide a quick summary of the process, relinking from the previous time we met a few months ago, as well as how we got to our assessment, and then cover some of the exploratory development scenarios that were derived from the sites and scope of this study. And I'll also cover some steps as we think about future planning, scenario planning for this study. So this study that we're calling the Space Needs Assessment began last summer and sought out to align the county's priorities, notably especially concerning population growth, as well as expanding judicial services. Those were pretty much the key drivers leading to this study. Aligning those with the physical space requirements that is under Citrus County's portfolio. So you can see on this slide here a set of milestones and deliverables that were part of this overall study over the past year. The study was really just a snapshot of the current workflow of those departments that we engaged with, as well as a projection of future needs 10 plus years to come. And so how did we do that? We conducted an assessment of, looking at the office, the administrative spaces, typical office space that you can imagine under select sites and within the select agencies, really to understand the work patterns and the interactions between the agencies and the public. What this does is, we're able to provide recommendations for more effective utilization of the existing spaces, as well as propose expansions for any required spaces across the county sites. All this to say is that, we're really in the business of enabling Citrus County to, manage assets appropriately through more improved space utilization, involvement of space standards, as well as more strategic and thoughtful planning for the future. So again, this is looking ahead towards the future. We did identify some strategic goals and objectives as part of this study. And we're here to prepare. Without future planning, the county will need to maybe rush any infrastructure or building repairs, maybe have continuous remodeling of outdated spaces, and that can cause inefficiencies in the county operations and the overall function of the county and how we serve the public. So these are major considerations for co-developing the strategic goals that you see on the screen with partner agencies in the study. Those 4 guiding pillars that you see, secure, streamline, standardize, optimize, were developed as the outcomes of the initial conditions assessment that we conducted on the buildings, as well as the visioning workshop that we conducted with stakeholders. These pillars, support the efficiency of the county operations, but also enhance the public service. That's really the goal in mind. And above all these goals is just a vision that, any future changes should consider what we call a public-centric approach with a strategy to address any of the county citizens first. A bit of detail about the overall stakeholders who were involved in this study. We know that Citrus County has an inventory of over 100 buildings and facilities. We really looked at 3 main sites, that being Lecanto, Inverness, and Meadowcrest, or rather the West Citrus Government Center, to really observe how those buildings are functioning today and who's functioning inside of them. Those 13 agencies that you see on the right hand of the screen were those who were involved in the study. And we were really just asking those partner agencies throughout the engagement to think about what the future of Citrus County looks like under the context of those 3 sites. Moving forward, from all of the interviews and the site walkthroughs that we engaged with the agencies listed here, it's important to understand what types of administrative or unique spaces are necessary for their operations. So we compiled what we call a program of requirements, which is a key deliverable as part of this study. And I encourage you to take a look at all the details. It's essentially a roadmap of all the puzzle pieces or all the space types that are needed for future workplace operations for these agencies and any future space planning. So our expertise is more, workplace strategy and design. So we used industry and judicial space standards to serve as a baseline for this study. Then we customize those spaces to the agencies that we engage with at Citrus County. You can see from the pie chart here that the standard of mix of individual and collaborative spaces, think your standard office, your workstation, your meeting room, and any support and special spaces like copy rooms or any unique storage requirements. The report itself does provide a full breakdown of each agency's spaces. So again, I encourage you to look. And it also illustrates the workplace standard for the typical space types that we created for Citrus County. You can see the numbers here on the far right, just the total number of square footage requirements for each of these agencies. So thinking, in the next decade, this is a critical tool when planning for any new builds, any renovations or expansions of current facilities. Conversely, and in line with that, to plan with any way that maximizes the utilization of space, we also want to consider that we don't build any redundant spaces, any extra spaces that aren't utilized. So the study identified which agencies can essentially share space versus those who cannot. It's critical when planning any expansions for any new buildings that require any departmental moves, say, as we've already been talking about in the short term, the commissioners moving around the courthouse or making room for more judicial services, things like that. We've also considered which agencies are more public facing and then which departments are more located for maybe security reasons or back of house operations away from the public. Just as an example here on this this adjacency diagram that you're seeing, the tax collector and property appraiser located today in the Meadowcrest building. These departments may not work directly together, but they do have similar administrative functions as well as provide services to the public. So in the future program, this may be an opportunity for those two to share space for a specific space type, such as a meeting room or a trading center. So digging into the building and infrastructure plan, which is the key deliverable of the space needs assessment, we really want to focus on modern administrative spaces, optimizing the department locations to serve who works best with each other, and also improve the public access to ensure any long-term flexibility or future growth through the standard design. So looking into the future, these strategic initiatives aim to, think about operations, think about security, and also public service. Just to outline a little bit about the strategy that we've outlined here, we are proposing the exploration of a new courthouse complex. We are proposing the standard administrative spaces. So again, that's through the workplace standards that we developed as part of the study. And then concertedly, any site enhancements or any parking expansion that goes along with that. This would, of course, involve, any new project involves agency moves. You got to move the folks around so that they can operate effectively. We do know that the Veterans Affairs is moving out of the Central Citrus Resource Center, so that's serving as a Kickstarter for a lot of the what we call the Tetris game of moving folks around according to different moves and different development. Any changes to the government employees, we acknowledge that there'll be opportunities for flexible workspaces, maybe temporary workspaces, depending on the move and construction efforts, as well as hopefully changes to the residents, which involve, more efficient access to county services, as well as additional parking and accessibility enhancements with any new development. You do see the high-level estimate of the cost. This is a forward-thinking 10 years out, 10 plus years out, but it does cover construction, moving, furniture, AV technology, things like that. But just know that this is a long-term projection for any future planning purposes, and it's a forecast to begin thinking about what those future investments may look like. So I'll spend another minute just walking through as an example at a very high level for the future development scenarios that we outlined in this report. This idea rethinks, as I just mentioned, the concept of the courthouse complex in downtown Inverness, which here, as the tagline says, seeks for a more unified approach to the judicial and public services. So Carl had mentioned, there's already some ongoing efforts within the courthouse itself, but this is just one example of the scenarios that are detailed in the study. Again, you're seeing a map of the downtown Inverness site. You can see at the very bottom, the old courthouse, and then the new courthouse highlighted in number 1. These are recommendations based off just the scope of the study that we were assigned. And as Carlton had mentioned, there are many, many options to consider across the board. So this one scenario, just provides and explores renovations and additions to Inverness Courthouse. You see number 1, as well as the Coca-Cola building, which is adjacent to the courthouse. To maximize, the use of this lot, we also want to provide considerations for any requirements like parking, safe crosswalks, secure access points, and public interaction with the space and public access to the building. The plan also illustrates any additional structures in yellow that you can see, and then additional parking in green, more towards the east side of the map. So all that to say is that the study explores development opportunities and each of the buildings in the scope, and outlines where adjacencies would be relocated as a result of that new development. So all that to say is that all of this information is provided in way more detail across all of our deliverables in the study, but most notably in the building and infrastructure plan. So want to make sure that you refer to that. This is a breakdown of all of the agency's programs. We have a summary of the current conditions assessment that we assessed back in August, and the workplace standards for administrative spaces. And we also have the exploratory future site developments, and then all of the adjacency maps that go along with that. So really, this plan is serving as a guide for the county, along with the detailed planning data sets through the PORs, those programs, And then that can be used to prepare for any future growth in population and county services. So moving forward, what's next? So now that we have this understanding of how the administrative workflows work across the agencies in this study, we're able to paint a clearer picture on what the future real estate needs may be, and where those agencies may operate. And as Carl had discussed, there's potential lots for expansion, and the county has many possibilities ahead and further scenarios to explore. But this does involve, master planning efforts for any future real estate investments, any infrastructure decisions, along with aligning those back to the strategic goals, both for the built environment as well as any anticipated headcount growth for the county employees. So given the long-term outlook, decisions around real estate and utilization can be more informed with periodic assessments throughout, touch bases with county work streams, understanding continuously how others work within the county, whether that's administrative, court services, or constitutional offices. So we're looking to, again, efficiently plan for new space types based on the work styles that are performed in this study. I want to pause there. I want to thank you for your time. It's been a real pleasure working with all of the county folks that we've touched base with and been able to work with. And I'll refer back to Carlton with any follow-up comments.
Thank you. So this is really, like I said, a small snippet of the entire analysis that you got a copy of. We'll be coming back at that workshop to kind of discuss it in detail. It'll just give you a chance to actually look through the material and the documents that were provided. This is really like a blueprint that we're going to use for future expansion. This is a document, this living document that's going to continually change as the county changes. What we've done is just assessed the information that we were able to see, in 1 day in time or 1 month in time. And as we move forward, that may change a little bit, but of course, it'll all be brought to you for approval. Any questions?
The only question that I would have, and I'm assuming that this has taken place, is, excuse me, working with Mr. Williams at the City of Inverness and talking about if you have a bunch of government buildings, they close down at 5 o'clock, and you want a vibrant city that stays open past 5 o'clock. And so have those discussions taken place with him, how to prevent having a lot of government buildings that shut down at 5 o'clock, and making sure that the city does have activities and vibrancy after hours.
Absolutely. Yeah, we can even bring the two, the public and the government together in certain facilities to allow uses of maybe the first floor of a facility. That way you get the benefit of having that downtown atmosphere and being able to use it for both. So we'll definitely be in discussions with that, especially the judicial complex in the City of Inverness.
And when is the workshop going to take place? Because I'm not seeing it listed here.
We haven't set the date yet. What we would want it is to give the constitutional officers as well as the stakeholders that gave us the information time to review the analysis and then get back to us with any concerns or questions, so that could all be vetted into possibly a new document. And the same with you, the commissioners. You'd be able to get a chance to run through that, take a look at it, and give us feedback on what you see or what you don't see. And that way, when we bring the workshop back to you, we have a document that's been vetted by Hall.
Do you think that will be before the August 14th legislative retreat?
Absolutely.
Because I think this is something, in my opinion, this is something that we may want to potentially look at,
Sure.
Asking for an appropriation.
Makes sense.
Board? Commissioner Kennard?
Yeah, just a comment and a question. The comment, Mr. Oliver used to tell me that if we were going to build a new courthouse downtown here, we could expect probably a $70 million price tag. So the 98 million was a little bit of a shocker here, plus 50 million in moving costs. I hope we don't get there, but we do need to address the space needs for sure. So my question would be, Carl, has there been any thought or any conversation of using some existing square footage that's available, the old Publix building on 41, as an example, for possibly county court, moving that over there where you don't necessarily have the security concerns of criminal court? Yes, I'm sure everybody would prefer to have it all together, but something certainly less expensive and that wouldn't be breaking any new ground to have those two separated like that.
Yeah, to talk a little bit about it, we've looked at several spaces. We've looked at space for guardian ad litem. That was brought to you to allow us to get some appraisals of that piece of property that they agreed upon to move to get that space freed up here in the courthouse. And I'm sure as the judicial system grows, we're going to be looking for space because, again, this is a window of maybe 12 to even longer years out. And talking a little bit about the cost of that, we have to keep in mind that if we do build a judicial center or a building that all county stakeholders as well as judicial system, the sheriff's office, they can all kind of come together as one commissioner brought to our attention and really have one facility that everyone is in, and then these other facilities that we have at the time, if they're not needed, they could be sold to offset the cost of that expansion.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Trying to choose my words carefully. I had some concerns looking through this. I mean, the amount of money that we paid for this study, and I felt like whatever I read, which I guess it was this huge book of information, I looked at it online. My conversations before all of this, just with you and with Mr. Howard, for $0, seemed more on the money for what this whole book told me. Smarter ideas, better plans, the moving forward list that was just read to us. Anybody in this audience could have put that together. Make smart real estate decisions, have a financial plan. Like, we know all of that. You could have put together the square footage of all this. This was a lot of information that we already know. The interesting thing is over $100 million, I mean, with all switching and moving to ideas that honestly, Mr. Howard's ideas were better, in my opinion. And at the end of the book, if you will, it seems like there'd be an empty building for where the health department is now, but no mention of what to do with that building. Build new buildings, move everybody, switch around, renovation costs, huge expense, and then we have an empty building. Like, nothing was said about that. I heard a lot of words like strategic and, sounds fancy to put it together, but efficiency was said once, but I didn't really see any efficiency. I saw a lot of added expense. I think that numbers were bloated. I can't imagine just shy of $4 million to renovate that tiny little Coke building. I think that's a little out of line, and I don't think people would be happy about that. So I'm glad to hear that this isn't the end of the story, because I don't like the book that I'm reading at this point. I mean, I may be one of 5, but when I saw this and really read over the information, I honestly was quite shocked. Carlton, I feel like what you were saying months ago was spot on. Hopefully we weren't sold some magic beans, and I would like this team to come back with something a little bit more than the information that we already had just put into 1 million pages. I was looking for some real strategic growth in less money, not switch everybody around, possibly less efficient for a lot more money. Government already does that well on its own. Let's try to streamline and be a little more efficient.
Yeah. And we're taking that into consideration. You think about moving one entity to another location, that just really snowballs, and now you have to remodel somewhere for that entity to go. Unless we're building a new building and we're actually looking to downsize the services into one location and not have so many buildings spread about the county is really the plan. And when we bring back that workshop, we're going to dive into all of these spaces that are available. Today was just really a time certain to present it, to say it's here, and get a chance to review that, and then we'll have another discussion.
Thank you, Carlton.
Thank you, Carl. All right. Next on our agenda is
Motion to approve the consent agenda?
Yes, ma'am. I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input on the consent agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Next is open to the public. Anyone wishing to address the board, please come forward. You'll need to fill out a green card, give it to the clerk. You will have 3 minutes. Please state your name and your address for the record.
Shall I go ahead?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Colleen Farmer, Beverly Hills, Florida. And is that all I need to give?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you to the board. I just want to say good afternoon. I want to just say that sand mining should not be allowed in every single land use district within 5 miles of the Suncoast Highway on the future land use map. It does not make rational sense, and it is the county's job to plan for where these things should go. Placing a sand mine in the middle of a residential area would be irresponsible. It violates Florida Statute 163.3213, which says that the Land Development Code has to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. In Village of Euclid v. Amber Realty Company, the Supreme Court established a legal precedent for zoning ordinances in the U.S. Ambler Realty challenged the zoning ordinance. The court, in a 6-3 decision, upheld the ordinance rulings that the municipalities have the authority to regulate land use through zoning as long as it's not arbitrary or unreasonable and bears a substantial relationship to public health, safety, morals, or general welfare. This case solidified the use of zoning as a tool for community planning. The Land Development Code intent and purpose state Citrus County Board is charged with protecting, promoting public health, safety, protecting landowners from adverse impacts of adjoining impacts, protecting where necessary valuable resources, including ecologically significant land and resources. For all these reasons, we don't want the process circumvented. The LDC is an important part of this process because if any borrow pit in this 5-mile area returned a result that interfered with the superficial aquifer or 2 aquifers were in hydraulic communication, it would be important to get this information at the LDC level. Because they are part of the BOCC is part of the Basin Management Action Plan. Any land development code has to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. Crystal Springs, Kings Bay Group of Springs, is an outstanding spring. It is a priority focus area, meaning the aquifer is generally the most vulnerable to pollutant inputs where there is known connectivity between the groundwater pathways and an outstanding Florida spring. The PFA provides a guide for focused strategy where science suggests these efforts will best benefit the spring. This information is direct from Citrus County. And again, you're all stakeholders in that. The Florida Office of Economic Demographic Research released a study in June of 24, projecting a water shortage is the year of 2025, expected to increase and grow in severity through 2040, driven by rapid population growth and limited aquifer recharge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Sterling, and I live in Pine Ridge Estates, Beverly Hills, Florida, and I will continue on here. The 3-yard T sand mine in Levy County should be used as a primary example for all. The Levy County sand mine is not currently open because a judge stopped the mine from operating, citing the Levy County Commissioner's failure to follow proper procedures. The WWALS Watershed Coalition illustrated the risks. The mine's location in the Rainbow Springs watershed raised concerns about its impact on water flow and quality, with the Southwest Florida Water Management District criticized for inadequate consideration in its environmental resource permit. We have high expectations that our Citrus County Board will learn from all this information and the failure of other agencies and boards. We ask that you Do your due diligence to protect, promote, improve public health and safety while protecting our natural and valuable resources as you are charged to do. Given the area's reliance on the aquifer and ongoing controversies over mining impacts, the explosions of growth in already county-approved projects, careful management and community engagement are essential to land development. 1, I ask you to end any discussions of no permits needed within 5 miles of the Suncoast Highway as requested by the FDOT because it violates Florida Statute 163.3213, which says that land development code has to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. 2, we do not believe that there should be any sand mine in the Crystal River location given the karst geology, the removal of 4.5 million cubic yards of sand in areas where the superficial aquifer is present, and the research shows hydraulic communication. This significantly increases the aquifer vulnerability. The risks and potential negative impacts on the aquifer, the springs, our health, environment, and the economic health of Citrus County is way too high. Sand mining should not be allowed in every single land use district within 5 miles of the Suncoast Highway on the future land use map. Thank you.
Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Pamela Antonucci. I live at 4537 North Buffalo Drive in Pine Ridge. I've lived in Pine Ridge for 33 years with my husband. We had to check our land for gopher tortoises and pileated woodpeckers before we could build our dream home. Now they just plow over them. I do not want 366 acres in Crystal River changed from agriculture land to excavation land use for the Southwest Sand Mine at 3856 North Brookshire Point in Crystal River. Why don't they truck that sand from across Norvell Bryant?
Ma'am, we can't talk about the application and because it is quasi-judicial.
Okay.
If you want to just be generalized about it, that's
Okay.
fine, but we can't talk about the
Okay.
specifics.
Sand mining should not be allowed in every single land use district within 5 miles. That okay? That's already been said. There are health risks from a sand mine. Is that okay? Silicosis is a chronic lung disease. It can be fatal. There are schools and homes near this mine. Lots of children will be affected by a sand mine. There's 3 schools and many homes are on the Crystal River side of this mine. If you look on a map, the high school is 4.4 miles.
Again, be very generalized,
Okay.
not specifics.
Crystal River Middle School is 4.7 miles, and primary school is 4 miles. That is driving. If you look at a map where 3856...
We don't want to talk.
We don't talk map. We don't talk
Right, yeah.
addresses.
I don't want to talk about anything that would be germane to the application.
Okay. Okay. So, I am
Excuse
voting-
me.
I am asking for a no vote on the land change. Is that okay? From
No.
From
Wait,
agriculture.
We're asking you, it has to be very generic. This is,
Okay.
it would be
All
just
land.
like a trial that's going to go before a judge.
Okay.
A quasi judicial, we can't have any information that would be germane to the application itself because we're not supposed to have any preconceived ideas before we hear the application. It's no different than if you were standing before a judge and you had a trial. They wouldn't let the jurors have that information.
So can I talk environmental impacts? It will affect our aquifer.
Yes, but
and
not
will
to
lower
that.
our property values, whatever. Okay, so we are called, I'm just going to finish it then because there's all stuff in here I can't even talk about. We are called the Nature Coast. Let's try to keep it that way. We're moving away from this nature coast and no one is stopping it or try to help it. Our county is beautiful. And do you know who I miss? I miss Gary Madoff.
We all do.
He would not let this happen. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I might be able to help just a little bit. I don't know. It's always harder to sit in the center seat and you hear things when you're over here. We already shot down the FDOT request today, so that's off the table. We are taking no votes today on anything to do with sand mining whatsoever. We will take a vote in the future, and you can come back and talk about that at that future hearing. And for the person who shouted out, then why are we even here if we're not allowed to talk? One of our primary roles as your commissioners is to protect the taxpayer dollar. If we get into silly litigation, okay, that costs all of us a lot of money. We are not trying to be mean or shut public comment down. We're just trying to be really careful with your tax dollars, so cut us a break, okay? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, my name's Alex Antonucci. I will speak of this later when we're able to do all of our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Commissioners, thank you for allowing us here to speak. My name is Ben Corelli. I'm a Pine Ridge resident. When y'all came to the office this morning, you got an email from me, and many of you responded. I appreciate that. One of my functions today is to make sure that we have a formal objection on file to the sand mine. So if you'd like me to read it again, I would, but you all did receive it. I've got copies of it if you wish. Would you like me to read it? Nope.
If you've already sent it, no.
I sent it to you.
Yes, please.
Okay. And I
Thank
just want to
you.
make sure that this is on record today, that it is a formal objection, that it's recorded.
Thank you.
Thank you. And secondly is, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but as I understand it, there was an effort to sort of circumvent the land use by a particular developer, and somebody else had mentioned this, and I stumbled across this a few days ago. This particular developer tried to do the same thing, a Williston resident. He tried to do the same thing in Levy County without doing the proper environmental impact assessment, legitimate traffic study, health and safety risk study, wildlife impact assessment, and is in compliance with the Endangered Species Act. They just railroaded this through. The commissions did. A judge came in and squelched the whole thing and said it was invalid. And it happens to be the same developer. So I'm wondering if there's a pattern here, and are we falling victim to this or being sort of led down this path? I don't know, but I wanted to bring it to your attention as well. So that's really all I've got. But I just want to make sure that I am on record, and I am. So thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
The gentleman was talking about being on record. Certainly, all of those comments that you received by email are being forwarded to our planning staff to include within the record of the actual hearing, which again is June 27th at 1 o'clock in the Lecanto Government Building, room 166. If anyone needs that information, we can repeat it. But all the emails and everything that you get are being forwarded and will be available to the special master.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Leslie Blanche. I live in Beverly Hills. As you said, you don't want to vote for the circumvention of the permit reviews. So I want to speak to some of the concerns I have about the restrictions that just seem like should be considered very, very important. Hours of operation, the days of operation, the truckloads per day, the depth of the digging limits, buffer more than 500 feet from properties, even though that may just go away if FDOT decides they're just going to buy the property anyway. Noise pollution controls, dust pollution controls. As you know, LKQ, you drive down that road with all the dust coming from that expansion just going across the road. It's caustic. Egress and access for the site. retention pond and water runoff pollution controls. These things, you know, you imagine the sound of the trees being cut down and crunched up from these types of land, sand mines. It takes weeks to clear that land. And an area that's very close or even a mile away, you can hear a lawnmower, but the sound of the trees being demolished is just something you can't get out of your mind. You know, we came here to listen to the birds chirp, not to just acres and acres of trees, our forest just being crunched up, and then the sound of the trucks all day and all night, because they do run 24 hours. There is light pollution, there is noise pollution, and there is dust pollution. So you are the people that we have entrusted to protect, and when necessary, to take care of our resources and way of life. Please, the Land Development Code was to protect our citizens, and you are the people that we trust to do this job. So it should be an easy thing for the county to do. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Please.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Dory. I live in Hernando. I have 3 points I would like to bring up. The first is I'd like to commend Commissioner Kennard for his foresight to bring forward infrastructure over the next few years and its impact upon development. Secondly, I believe that the major traffic problem in Citrus County, the biggest bottleneck is the intersection of 41 and 491. I travel that at least twice a day, primarily coming from Hernando to go to Beverly Hills. That left turn is almost impossible. Most of the time I have to go straight and up by the schools and back down Deltona Boulevard. It used to have no left turn. Somebody put one left turn lane in there, which has alleviated that direction, but there are 3 other directions that have no left turns. A left turn arrow there would alleviate that traffic bottleneck very quickly and at, I'm sure, low cost. Thirdly, I live on property adjacent to the Tuscany Ranch development. I have looked at the development plans. They're beautiful. Great plans, well laid out. I'm not sure it's the right time at the right place.
Commissioner,
Yes.
I'm sorry, that's another application that's pending before you, so we shouldn't be
Okay.
talking about it.
Okay. Just carefully look at that in the future and go from there. I'm most concerned about that traffic intersection at 41 and 491.
The 41 and 491 at Holder?
In Holder,
Okay.
yes. I have waited 5 traffic light changes to get through there to the point where I don't go that way anymore. I go straight ahead instead of trying to turn left. And it's getting to be very inconvenient. I've seen the traffic backed up there a quarter mile on 41 towards Inverness, mostly from people trying to turn left. And then you have people that are turning left on the red light, trying to jump it so they can get through it, and there's going to be some serious accidents there. It should be an easy fix.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your comments. Next, please.
Hi, my name's Ken Marat from the Citrus County Historical Society. I've been here before, and that's one of the reasons I'm here today. I came here last year to talk about ADA compliance at the Old Courthouse Heritage Museum. And basically the elevator had failed. The ramp was nowhere in sight. Well, thank you very much. The ramp is there today. So thank you. There was a lady who complained about the ramp not being there. It was a very public thing. We gave her a free ticket to one of our concerts, and she did the ceremonial first roll up the up the ramp. So that was good. So thank you very much. If there was a lesson learned there, and that is the construction of the ramp, I think took a long time. As a former PMP, I questioned whether there was a firm project plan in place. And then secondly, we had no no visibility into what was going on at the time. People would ask us, we had no idea. Lesson learned, though. The elevator is going to be replaced in the courthouse, the old courthouse museum. The windows are being replaced, and we're working with Eric Head to make sure that both sides know what's going on and that there is a plan. So something bad turned into something good. We had the reason I'm here also is to talk about Frank Sheraldi, who was honored earlier today. He was one of the, as you know, he was the director of the Department of Historical Resources for the state of Florida. And at the time that the courthouse was being redone, he was the chairman of the BOCC. And when he was a real advocate for making sure that that building became a museum, a living, breathing museum. And so when there was a question about the state asked a question about a grant. They were going to pull a grant for that building, for the construction of that building. He made arrangements for the BOCC to allay those fears, do a resolution, and then he drove it up to Tallahassee himself. So he's just an amazing guy. We've recently come into possession of some of his artifacts. He was his Bronze Star. He was in the Army, 2nd Louis, 1st Lieutenant, then up through Captain, Major, and he retired as a Lieutenant Colonel. All of that stuff we have on display at the Old Courthouse Museum. And for a limited time, we invite you all to come over and check it out.
Very nice, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, please. Hello.
Hello, Sue Warner, Sonora Terrace, Pine Ridge Estates. And I just want to remind the BOCC of their mission. And that mission is to manage the growth, which has been out of control, and foster prosperity by prioritizing the protection of our environmental assets. The development and maintenance of the infrastructure, which we are lacking, and the health and safety and well-being of our citizens. I have major concerns about the waiving of the process. The sand mine does not mitigate risk for Citrus County citizens. In fact, it threatens our citizens' health, especially using the agricultural land that has had fertilizers, carcinogens, and other things there. We're risking our springs, our water resources, our quality of water, and more sinkholes. Is that really what we want? And you keep talking about all these studies and things. Who are the people that did these studies? Civil engineers, geologists, topography, wildlife, environmental. Who did these studies? Where do we get that information? I'm more concerned about our county getting it right and hurrying through this expressway, because it's not going to happen for this year and the hurricane season anyhow. So why don't we take our time and do it right? Okay? And this application you keep referring to, I never got notified of it, and I'm right there within a couple miles of what this is going to be. How do we find out about this application that you all are talking about? And how did this rezoning get done behind our backs? I'm done, thank you.
Madam Chair, sir.
Excuse me. Madam Attorney.
Anyone that wants information about the pending application can contact our development services, and they can have a complete copy of everything that we have on file.
And was a notification sent out to them?
Not yet, because the hearing isn't until June 27th at 1 o'clock at the government building in Lecanto, room 166.
And when do they receive something in the mail?
Abutters, I want to think 10 days in advance, but I could be wrong. But we are providing notice today to anybody who's here or anybody who's watching that the hearing will be on June 27th at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
can Madam Attorney please also verify for the audience that we have not actually rezoned anything behind anybody's back?
Oh, no, you have not, because you haven't heard the application. There will be 2 public hearings, one before the special master on June 27th, and then a following one before this board at a later date to be determined.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, I'm Renee Bedford from Floral City, Florida. I'm here to talk about the agenda item C3. How was it put? Approve the correction of the previously adopted minutes. That is 20 different agenda items that were approved from November 30th to 2021. November 30th to September of 2023. To change a word is what it says on the agenda, to change confident to competent. I've looked at every single one of those. None of those use those words in any of the amendments or ordinances connected to those very ones. So my question is, what is the proposal? What specific changes are you seeking and why? Will I get answers to any of these questions? Nice. What problem will it solve? What improvement will it bring? And how will the proposed changes affect the residents, businesses, and how you guys operate?
We're just here to take your input, and then if someone chooses to address it, we will later.
You guys have a good day.
Thank you, you too. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Kathy Davis. I live in Beverly Hills, more specifically Pine Ridge, closer to West Pine Ridge. Thank you, at least, for saying that we're not going to vote on this today, because I think that's why a lot of us showed up, voting on the zoning change today, because that's kind of what we were kind of led to believe might be happening. So I'm glad there's not going to be a zone change today. I do have a huge issue with this proposed sand mine being right next.
Ma'am, we cannot discuss the application. This is strictly just, you can
So we
talk.
can't say we approve or disapprove?
No, that will
Like
go before
everyone
the
else has
special
said?
master, then it will come to the BOCC.
So can we say anything about all the noise in it? That
You
this
can
would-
talk about sand mines in general, but you cannot talk
Okay.
about the application
All right,
specific.
sand mines in general bring so much noise, silica dust that goes everywhere, and aquifers that could be destroyed, especially downstream of them where they go in. And we rely, this is Florida, we rely on our aquifers. They're already being depleted just by all the construction. And now what I believe to be several aquifers in sand mines, proposed sand mines, it can just affect so much downstream, not as much upstream, but downstream. This planning has been in the works for years on this, and I fail to understand why all of a sudden it's a priority that this has to happen. And as far as evacuation, I don't see where a continuation of the toll road up to 19 would actually, in egress and egress, make that much difference in evacuation, because hurricanes, there's plenty of time for people to get out. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and commissioners. My name is Mary Ann Monis, and I live in Pine Ridge. In fact, I recently just purchased my property in December, and I was not aware of the sand mine. The reason why I'm before you today is I would just like you to please consider the following before any decisions are made.
If we're going to go we cannot talk about this application.
Okay. No,
I'm
no, no.
sorry.
I
know I
understand.
sound like a broken
No,
record.
no, no, no.
But
I
it's,
understand.
just think of it as if there was a jury trial. You would not want your jury to have information prior to hearing the information at
Okay.
the trial.
As many, I understand. As many of the people have spoken, they spoke about airborne quality and noise. And I just wanted to let you know that, again, we purchased our property in December. Just a few months later, the gentleman behind Mr. Southworth, he was actually clearing some of that property out. And while he was clearing that property out, you could hear that noise clear as day in my backyard. And it went on for days. I just can't imagine what the future will hold for the noise. And then I also ask you, if they're requiring 5 miles from the site, why can't I have 5 miles from my home and not in my backyard? Not only
can
that,
we please
but my
refrain from
property has
clapping?
now or will be depreciated because I'm going to have that in my backyard. I'm going to end up taking a loss on my home because I'm already considering selling my home less than 5 months later. And where will the trucks enter and exit is a question.
Stop.
I realize the project is important, but as an abutting property owner, I ask that you reconsider that location.
Madam Chair.
We have got to, it's,
Perhaps the DOT would acquire my property.
ma'am, we have got to stop talking about this from,
Okay, I understand. Thank you. I really do thank you for your consideration, and I entrust that you will all make the right decision. Thank you.
Hi, good
Don't
afternoon.
talk about the
I'm
application.
going to talk about fishing or something. The last time I was here for the coastal connector, and Commissioner Kennard and I both had more hair. But anyway, a little levity there to break up the tension. I'm a 20-year veteran and a retired military veteran and military instructor. And I would like to see these kind of crowds come here to appreciate you for what you're doing, not to give you a blanket party. And so the one lady read the mission statement, which I firmly believe that I hope the county commissioners stick to for all these situations coming up that we can't talk about, all right? So, it's kind of, I don't want to be, you're the county attorney, correct? Can I ask you a question?
If it's with regards to the application, all comments
not
should be
to the
directed to me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
All right, so the speaker here, Mr. Hall,
From DOT.
okay, FDOT, I'd like to politely correct Commissioner Kennard. He's only been in the FDOT 7 years, according to his LinkedIn bio, and 2.5 years in his current position. I was an engineering manager for a long time, and we would assign the most important tasks to people that had longevity to produce and to gain market share. That's after my military career. I worked in Orlando for one of the biggest electronic firms. So I'm hoping that, he has, according to his LinkedIn bio, which is public knowledge, he has no geological, no environmental, no civic engineering qualifications, no degrees. He's got a business degree. Smart guy, nice guy. I talked to him for a while. But I wanted to pose those points that when the county commission goes to make decisions on things, they need to encompass all things to look ahead. Everything else, I got all this stuff here that everybody already talked about. So, but I want to close with a couple things here. One is, I don't like to just come and complain. I like to try to bring a solution. And my solution is, all I've heard and seen is Governor Ron DeSantis and Blaze, and I'm going to murder his last name.
Angolia.
There he is. They've been touring the state talking about our massive surpluses of cash. We're a rich state. We're a fat in the money. And another option to put on the table for things like this, thing that we can't talk about, is trucking in and getting a surplus of cash so that we have a win-win. We get the roadway completed, as Commissioner Kennard would like to see, but we also have minimal impact to the environment. You know, we might spend a little more money.
Before you leave, I need your name and where you live for the record.
Sorry. My name
That
is-
lady there wants it.
My name is Timothy McLean, and I live in Pine Ridge Farms, right next to the area we can't talk about. So, I'm sorry, I know y'all are getting a little harassed here, but anyway, I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm not talking
I know.
today about the thing we can't talk about.
Name.
I have a whole new subject. First of all, thank you for your time.
And your name?
I am appealing.
Your name?
Oh, I'm sorry, Catherine Casson, and I'm from Crystal River.
Thank you.
And I'm appealing to you today in regard to the 50% substantial damage rule. I didn't know how to fill out that estimate. I thought, it doesn't really matter, but I thought basically they wanted me to estimate a whole new trailer. And so that's what I did. And I was also told that whatever remodeling I had done, I could actually increase the value. And both of those are wrong. So I went back and I contacted my father. He said, I come from a commercial construction family, and he has built extensively in Florida. So he understands what we need, you know, hurricane straps and all that. We also discussed market value. Like, for example, market value, if you go to Lowe's, might be one thing. But if you go to Home Depot, it might be something different because, you know, at the end of the day, market value is only what somebody wants to pay for the item. When my application and everything was sent in, I got some not nice emails from someone, his name is Donovan. And he used my inflated number, which was incorrect, and then the assessed value. And it came up to like, I don't know, 200% or something crazy like that. And I said to him, I said, I realize that I have done this wrong. Now I know exactly what I need to do. And he was like, you need to demolish it. I mean, I was being bullied on email. I've never spoken to the man, but he would not have a discussion. Nothing. And so, you know, what do I do? I mean, I'm sorry if have a lot of emotion, but this is my house. I'm still in the days in. And I know eventually I'll put a stilt house there, but I can't afford it now. And I'm recently divorced. And my ex-husband took out 2 very high limit credit cards, forged all of my stuff, and then spent to the limit and didn't pay them. And I couldn't figure out why my credit was tanking. So I'm trying to get my credit back up because I didn't know it could go down to the 400s, but it can. That's it.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here.
What do I do?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I can, just for a second. Catherine, I apologize, I didn't get your last name.
Casson?
Can you give your contact information to Reese over here?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Wagner. I moved to Pine Ridge Farms within the past year, and I was drawn to its breathtaking beauty, peaceful surroundings, and security provided by the natural borders that I live around. This sand pit that we're not supposed to talk about where it's supposed to go because of the application will be right in my backyard.
We cannot talk that.
This quiet, untouched landscape, serene environment is a perfect place to care for my elderly father, who will be 90 on September 10th. I am his sole caretaker. He has dementia, sundowners. It's a lot of work. The fresh air and the harmony with nature is offsetted by what is proposed in the future with the sand pit.
Can I please just, don't talk about the sand pit?
I would just really appreciate if all of you sitting in front of us would remember that this will be in somebody's backyard, close to their home, close to their pool.
You're being too close to the quasi judicial of it. Well, I understand your concern, but we just really can't hear.
So I'm asking for you all to have accountability and advocate for the residents, advocate for our health and safety and well-being, and just remember that. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi there.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Janet Brala. I live in Pine Ridge. I'm actually here 2 years now. And I promise you, I'm going to stay very general. Sand mines. So I Googled it, and I didn't bring everything I researched, unfortunately, and I can't get the internet in here, but I can tell you that it is one of the world's least regulated mining activities and one of the most detrimental to our environment. My reason for wanting to stand up and speak is to please just I want to ask you to please require a really comprehensive environmental study. If you were to look at some of the other places around the world where sand mines are implemented, the impact is detrimental. There has been impact on water tables, scarcity of water, actually drought in India and China. It's a very destructive activity, and I just want to put it on record, please, to have it fully studied, because this is, as everyone has been saying, this is a beautiful area. And we have so many natural resources here, so many beautiful natural plants and wildlife. And I'm concerned that the water table is going to leave residents with, if it shifts, they could have their wells depleted. We could be introducing sinkholes, again, water scarcity. What is going to be the impact on things such as, promise to be general, but Kings Bay is a manatee sanctuary. It is the largest one in North America. So I think it's just, my goal is to just ask you to please consider that and to require a very comprehensive study on what's going to happen to the environment when we do this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ma'am, your green card.
My green card. Where do I put it? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dave Bishop. I live on Sacramento Avenue. I have been up hours and early morning this morning and can't sleep for the last couple of days writing things that I was going to present about the issue of the permits. And I want to thank you all for using your heads and protecting us and doing the right thing, telling this gentleman that we don't want to fast track anything. We want to do it by the book, and I appreciate what you've done there. Other than that, you all know that we're all here because we love our environment there that we have in Pine Ridge Estates. It's a horse trail, one of the few in the whole, in Florida that has this kind of atmosphere, and everybody's happy and loves the place. We just want you to continue to please try to protect us, try to do the right thing, and keep our environment and our health a major concern. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Karina Peterson from Beverly Hills, Pine Ridge. Here you go. I just want to read something that I saw in the news that they have. Tampa Bay Area Land Brokerage Company, Red Elk Land, announces nearly 100-acre land sale. The sand mine and dirt pit operation in La Quinta was purchased by Dirt Boys to expand its operation. Tampa Bay area land brokerage firm Red Elk Land announced today the successful sale of almost 100 acres with Dirt Boys, a sand mine and dirt put operation company located in
Ma'am?
Citrus County. Anyways, they purchased that land and will sell its material to the 30-mile Suncoast Parkway extension. So maybe that's an option for the FDOT to look into the Dirt Boys, and maybe they can buy the land from the Lacanto sand mine. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Terry Weber-Nellis, Inverness Villages 4. At the last BOCC meeting, Commissioner Kennard had mentioned that it would be a good idea to reach out to other counties to see what works for them and what doesn't. And it was the oddest thing. Something popped up on my phone, and I wanted to encourage the commissioners to talk to Marion County because apparently there's some situation, I don't know when it happened, I think it was many, many years ago, but it's extremely similar to what IV4 is going through. Again, it happened in Marion County, and it was called Rainbow Park. Real similar. Builder came in, no drainage, builder packed up and left. And this may go back to the 1970s, but I haven't researched it that far. So if you're going to reach out to counties, if you can make Marion County one of them, that would be great. I don't want to get involved in this, but I really do feel that Tallahassee needs to change some laws. Builders are getting away with way, way too much, and landowners are on the short end of the stick. So I think that things need to change up there. I had stated a long, long time ago that right now our problem is in Commissioner Davis's district. Well, Commissioner Barrick, it's now in yours. That builder has moved there, and I knew it was coming. I know you all got a video that the news did about a woman who was a survivor of 9/11. She has lung cancer now. She's terminal. And Commissioner Bays, you had mentioned what loving, caring people we have in this county. So what I would like to do is for those people to help the ones that are being taken advantage of by this horrible person. Are there builders that are willing to help women like this person that you got the video on to get out of their contract, to have someone else finish their home so she can get in it before she dies? Commissioner Davis had also mentioned at the last meeting that she had another thought concerning IV4, and I don't know if she's in a position to share anything more about that, but I would like to hear it. And then I'd like to give a shout out to Ken Sheik. He was always extremely upfront with us, never lied to us, gave us the facts, and I just want Ken Sheik to know that we appreciate it. And the consultants that you're hiring, if you don't move on a project, how long is their report good for? I'm curious about that. Does it expire? All these reports that you're getting, that we're paying hundreds of thousands of dollars for. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Larry Taylor. I'm in Pine Ridge. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak. I had originally thought I was going to come to speak about Pine Ridge, and now I'm thinking more about downtown, all of the waterways that will possibly be impacted. I've lived here for 10 years, and the changes that have occurred in the waterways over the last 30 that I've learned about are pretty much what's going to be happening in the next several months. And I know that there's a meeting in June. I'm now more concerned than I ever have been about Hunter Springs, Kings Bay, all the waterways that used to be crystal clear that are no longer crystal clear. I see it, and when I go out there, and it's because of decisions that have been made over the last 30 years, and just thought I would mention that. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
I'm sure you guys remember me. A couple weeks ago, I was here. I debated this whole day.
Name.
My name's Robert Hare. I debated this whole day about getting up or not. Last time I spoke here, I left here and posted 3 different sites on mass media about what's going on in Beverly Hills with the shed homes and their sheds. I don't want to get in an argument about it. And I do have facts, not feelings, that they are blowing this, at least 3 major areas of the home. I feel bad for the young lady that's going to live in it. She could either die in it or even the neighbors around it when the storm comes in. It's kind of ironic you had hurricane people in today talking. But 11,000 plus looked at my mass media. Over 300 comments on it. I was getting bugged constantly. Let's go get them. Everybody, both neighborhoods is getting this built in. They're all going to flood in here today. Instead, you got a bunch of the, we don't want to talk about it, saying stuff. And it should have been about these sheds. But there was a message sent to me, so everybody's seen it. And no one showed today. After my name hit the Chronicle, and after everything started blowing up on mass media, I had to have the sheriff out to my house because somebody decided to go ahead and vandalize my place and shatter my car windows.
Oh, no.
So if this is how Citrus County and the developers work in this county, I'm moving. I'm out of here. I'll tell you what, I'll take the damn loss on my house if I have to. This is ridiculous what pulled. I'm telling you, the sheriff agreed with me. He goes, this isn't random. I can see how they did it. And I asked him, did anybody else get vandalized in Beverly Hills in my neighborhood that night? No. It's just kind of ironic, days after all that happened. It scared everybody out of here. You had half of this people talking last time about sheds in their neighborhood. They're not getting tied down right. There's 25-foot gaps in between these hold downs, and they're not going from the ceiling down into the ground like they're supposed to. These are pieces of crap they're building, and I had to pay for it. I stood up for people, and they all ran now.
I'm very sorry for what happened. Anyone else? Closing open to the public. Oh, did you want to say something, sir? Did you want to speak? Okay. All right, we're closing open to the public.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Davis.
Hey, this is the portion when some of us actually respond to you if you want to stick around. And certainly be quiet if you're leaving, so, because it's an echo chamber up here. I appreciate everyone taking a lot of time out of their day to come join us, to have this wonderful time about the thing we can't talk about. Please understand that we are trying to protect you and the rest of the citizens in the county by saying that we can't talk about it. I also understand that folks that they get energized about something, but they've never interacted with us before, so they have no idea how to do it. I get it, right? So here's what you do. You write an email to you can address it to all 5 of us. We will not respond. At best, if one of us is feeling like they have extra time in their schedule, they may say, thank you, your input's been received. Okay, but that's it, because we cannot respond. But all of those emails will go into the public record, and they will be forwarded to the special master according to our attorney. We want to hear from you. We do, but we have to protect this because we're trying to protect what you want, okay? While also being fair. Sometimes we approve things, sometimes we don't, speaking in very general terms. And so we have to go into these quasi-judicial hearings with an open mind and hear the evidence as presented that evening, period, full stop. Some of that evidence has been collected over several months' time with y'all emailing and so forth, okay? So that's how, in general, how government works. Secondly, I heard someone say about gopher tortoises don't matter, and it was the lady that said that she had to get the pileated woodpecker study and the gopher tortoises. I personally had people arrested for not following gopher tortoise rules. All right, I'm a turtle girl. I've kept turtles my whole life. I'm a nature girl. I am actually a rescue certified scuba diver. I have lived in Pine Ridge. I'm a former equestrian with a broken body because I was an equestrian. And for all of you fellow bird lovers out there, check out the Merlin Bird ID app. I sit out front. I now live in Citrus Hills. I grew up in Crystal River, on the river. I've seen it be horrible. I've seen it be awesome. And I am all about the environment. Where nature and community thrive is our tagline, and I had a hand in that. But I sit out front every morning and listen to the ridiculous amount of birdsong in my front lawn and watch the sunrise and pray, because this job is hard. The chaos that we are all feeling in this community, out of chaos and problems comes opportunity. Make no mistake, this job has a lot of balance in it. We cannot do what you want and you want and you want and you want, because you're going to have 10 different opinions. It all happens to be the same opinion today, mind you. But you take that over the swath of all of the things that we are dealing with, and we have to balance it. If we don't have density, we don't have affordable housing for, guess what? Your nurses as you age. That's just one example of all the amazing challenges that we have to try to bring our best heart and our best brain to solve for you. So please, I'm telling you, we are on your side, all 5 of us. We're trying our best to get these questions right for all of us. I grew up here. I want to die here. Hopefully not too soon, okay? Although I'm sure there's some people out there that would like me to check out earlier. But, and I also want to, so Merlin Bird app, and I think Ken Murat left, but I love me some Ken. He writes in a wonderful historical column for the Citrus County Chronicle. And he does a lot of really good work in this county. So I want to give a little shout out to Ken. And all of our emails are published in the Citrus County Chronicle, or you can find them at citrusbocc.com. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Barrick?
I feel I should say something about the Beverly Hills house. The building department has gone out there, has checked things, and yes, the one side is not correct, and it will be corrected. And that's what the building department has told me. As for the gentleman having damage done to his house, I have not been told about any of that, and I am unaware of that. However, when he says property values will go down, I'm sorry, you need to go up and down Roosevelt Boulevard, then go over on the street that he's talking about on Tyler, and you will see very similar houses that were built back in the 70s and early 80s that are looking just like what's going up, okay? We are not building sheds for houses. And from what I understand from our building department, all of the rules and regulations for a proper house have been followed by this builder or developer, whatever you'd like to call them. And I really do feel bad that this gentleman has had damage to his house. That's not fair to anyone, anywhere in this county. So I hope he at least takes the time to look at this. And I hope some other people realize you don't have the right to destroy anybody's house. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Kennard.
Yeah, just a quick comment. For those who haven't interacted with the county commission in the past, the way that it works is that none of us can talk to each other outside of an open meeting. So when there's an idea for discussion, which is what we had today, it was blown out of proportion, but when there's an idea for discussion, it goes on the agenda so that everybody's made aware, and you can come here and give your input, we all give our input, and you see where it goes. The idea is thrown out there, hey, the public is opposed to this, they're opposed to this, they're opposed to this, the board is opposed to it, and the idea dies. But we can't get together. The Sunshine Law prohibits us from having a conversation before these meetings. But I appreciate the respectful conversation that we had back and forth today. I appreciate most of the emails that we received that were not all in caps. We can have these conversations. You got commissioners who really do want the best thing for our community. We're trying hard to make it happen. Thank you for coming today. Stick around. We got more stuff to go through today. Maybe not quite as interesting, but we got some more stuff to go through.
You have anything?
Not really, but I'm under the weather. I'm conserving my energy. But I do, since so many people came, I do want to thank you all for coming out. It's so frustrating when you can't say what you want to say. I think it was less about we're not allowed to hear it because you can email, but when you do it in a public forum, the other side's not here to defend themselves, and then it gets really sticky. I try to email back everybody that I can. Obviously, when I just got home last night, there was so many, and usually it's, thank you for sharing the information or thanks for sharing your opinion. I truly do, as everyone, want to hear from you. As it was said in the past, we can't form an opinion. We can't respond, really in depth back, but it's important to hear from the community. So for you guys to sit here just shy of 3 hours, that's important to us. I know how valuable your time is, and I'm sure you could be enjoying this day with a lot of more beautiful things outside in this beautiful county, but you're here with us, and it's noted and appreciated. Thank you.
And once again, just so that you have it, June 27th at 1 p.m., room 166 at the Lecanto Government Building is where this application will be heard by the special master, and then after that, it will come back to the BOCC. That date is not published yet, but that is where you will be able to go and speak freely. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I thought you were done. I just wanted to respond to the one individual who mentioned the change in the minutes from the word confident to competent. Unfortunately, when, whether that was a spell check on the computer or inadvertent, when those were recorded, it was recorded as confident. And as you all know, the legal standard is competent and substantial evidence. So that's why those minutes had to be corrected. It wasn't anything nefarious. It was simply to make sure that the records were correct.
Thank you. So we appreciate you being here today, and hope that you will stay engaged as the county continues to move forward, and thank you for your time.
Motion to approve E1A through E1G.
Second.
Thank you.
Second.
It's that kind of day.
You got it. Thanks for
I
coming.
have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Barrick. Is there, we've got to continue with our meeting. Is there any public input? As you're exiting the room, can you please refrain from talking? We're going to continue with business. Thank you. Is there any public comment on E1? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E2.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E3.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis, a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E4.
A and B.
A and B.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion,
And Chair, shout out to Eileen David that's been running that Eckerd program for years. I don't know if she's watching, but they do incredible work out there and just want to let them all know.
Thank you.
Motion to approve E5?
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E6, A and B?
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Motion to approve
And what?
E7.
Well, hang on there, Rin Tin Tin.
All right. It's my group.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right,
Motion to approve E7.
all right.
A and B?
A and B.
I have a motion by Commissioner Barrick. And who was the second?
A second?
Okay, Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E8.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E9?
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and was that right? Was Davis, right? And a
Yeah.
second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E10?
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis, a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E11, A and B with the notation that that was changed to one position for a cloud administrator rather than two.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Do we have an additional item in there? Or is it just E12?
Do we have an E12? Yeah, we do.
Motion to approve.
Motion, yeah, you want me to do it, or you?
Sure, go ahead.
Motion to approve E12?
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Davis. Second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Ms. Veronica.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Hi there.
We've got a couple updates for our outstanding commission items list today. We'll start with fiscal year 23-24 road resurfacing construction. Excited to let you guys know that we are at 96% completion for that program. 4 roads to go. So we are almost complete with the fiscal year 23 road resurfacing. Fiscal year 24-25 is moving right along behind that. We have completed 94 of 132 roads for 71% completion. Still looking for that to wrap up over the summer, and then we'll be back on track for next fiscal year. The pavement management system, we saw that presentation recently from Mont McDonald. They are currently completing the condition data quality management and oversight at about 80% completion. And the next step for that will be to develop the current network condition report, which I believe is running concurrently with that step. So we will just continue to monitor those 2 pieces and let you know when it is completed. But we're about 80% of the current step. No update on the others. We do have the inshore reef placement pre-construction. We are currently working on completing an inshore reef cost analysis, and the next step after that would be advertising solicitation for the design. And for the offshore reef enhancement, we will be bringing forward the selected vendor to you for approval at an upcoming meeting. 75% complete with the preparations for that, so I would expect to see that in the next few. And then after we get the approvals necessary, we will begin construction of that enhancement.
Madam Chair, quick question. Veronica, you said you're working on selecting the vendor. Now, that's the vendor for deploying and constructing out there, right?
Correct.
Beautiful, thank you.
Any other questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you very much.
I was going to talk to Veronica. We broke the 1,000
Yes.
activities list. So that we're tracking actually 1,000 activities countywide. That's a lot of activities. So again, what gets measured gets done. So I compliment all staff, all the hard work Team Sister is doing. But we are tracking over 1,000 items on activities.
Yes. Thank you for mentioning that. We are tracking the capital improvement plan now, the prior projects that have already been approved. So when you approve this year's capital improvement plan, we'll just be able to add in those new projects and keep things going.
Thank you.
That was super exciting about the roads.
Yes, very good news.
That was a big catch-up on last year.
We're very happy with the consultants'
Very
work.
big. Yeah, we have
vendors.
a-
They've been
Yeah, we have a good plan in place now, multi-year plan, which is a best practice. So we're moving it forward.
pushing forward. Thank you very much.
Mr. Howard.
Well, my new favorite number now is 3. So I'm going to have Chief Stevens come forward and talk about the great news with the ISO, all the good work that his team is doing, as well as the leadership of this board. If you'll come forward and talk a little bit about the great news that we heard last week about the ISO.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So we got our ISO evaluation back. And going back and looking in history, in 2005, when we first went career, our ISO was a 6.9. It was a 6/9. And of course, today, actually starting July 1st of 2025, your ISO or rating will go to a 3.3Y. For those that live within 5 miles of a fire station. And the ratings obviously are important to us because it not only identifies us as a fire department, it also identifies several things such as infrastructure that the county has invested in. So for example, community risk reduction. Statewide, the average is 2.51. The nation is 3.79. Our peers, like departments, are at 4.47. We're at 5.22 for Citrus County, which says a lot. And that's your work that goes into fire prevention, public education, fire inspections, and so forth. Our water points shot up big. And water points for the state, they're at 20.48. The nation is at 26.94. Our peers are at 34.65, and we're at 36.15. So a big shout out to Ken and his group and what they've done for utilities. Fire department points, the state is at 20.78. The nation is at 26.25. We're at 27.97. And then, of course, our peers are a little bit higher than us. They're at 37. But that's still a great rating for the department we have and the resources that we have available to us. And then the other thing that they rate us on is our emergency communications, which, you know, our friends with the sheriff's office and their dispatch. The state is at 6.78. The nation is at 8.01. We're at 8.74, and then our peers are at 8.96. So of course, is what they do is ISO takes all of these parts of the assessment, puts them together, and gives us a final score. And our final score is 71.19, which is commendable for the things that we have done. And of course, on behalf of Citrus County Fire Rescue, I want to sincerely thank the Board of County Commissioners for their continued support and investment in public safety. And just know this accomplishment reflects the years of hard work, not just by the fire department, but the partnership with our colleagues, the county administration, water resources, the Citrus County Sheriff's Office, and growth management. The collaborations and continued hard work by our team members in fire rescue is critical in what we do every day. So it's helping us strengthen those numbers. And as you may or may not know, not all insurance companies use the ISO ratings. Most of them do use the ISO to provide that fire protection number of what they have to pay for their property or their insurance. Of course, you have to break down the insurance. You have to take it and break it down and identify what is the portion of fire protection to identify. As far as us moving from the 4 to the 3, for those that affects, it will bring their insurance rates down 3 to 6%. It just depends on their type of structure and so forth. So, and I know this improvement, it may just seem like a number, but it represents a real increase in fire protection for our residents, and for some, even, again, the savings in their insurance. The rating change takes place again on July 1st of 2025, and most importantly, this is a reflection of Citrus County's commitment to move forward together with a shared commitment to safety and service. And I thank you again for believing in our mission and giving us the tools to succeed.
Thank you. Board, you have any questions?
I do.
Commissioner Finnegan?
Chief, so you said a lot of numbers and you're making a public presentation, and you said that our number was a
71.19.
Okay, so maybe we could explain, if people are thinking 70 is a grade school scale, maybe that doesn't sound so good.
Yeah,
So you could kind of say, is that excellent, good, average?
So that is excellent. Actually, on the ISO, class 3.3Y is considered excellent. And
What do the people need to do with that information? You said, so if they're within 5 miles of the fire station, this could save them on their insurance. Is this something that would just be picked up naturally by the company? Or should our residents be calling the insurance company and do they have to wait till after July 1?
yeah, so they'll have to wait till after July 1. We're actually putting together letters for the residents that they can utilize. They can go and they can pull it offline. We'll send it to them, whatever means that they can get access to it. But we already have that preparation in play. So yes, they will have to take a letter and send it to their insurance companies. Most insurance companies won't pick up on it right away. It may be a year or 2 years down the road before it's actually picked up on.
And it's any of our fire stations?
Any of our fire stations. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Commissioner Davis?
You said we were a 6/9 before, and then we went to 4/4, and then 3/3.
Yeah,
What
so-
is the top and bottom number on that?
So those that live within the fire station's area, right, within the 5 miles, and if they have hydrants within 1,200 feet of their home, then they would get that 6. If they didn't have a hydrant, then they would get the classification of a 9.
Okay.
So for example, now it's a 3.3Y because we've proven to the ISO that we can perform tanker shuttles, meaning we don't have to have a water source. We can still ensure
So
that.
one is distance from fire station and one is distance from fire hydrant.
Correct.
And I thought, I'd been told repeatedly, and then correct me if I'm wrong, that a 5 is where your insurance savings more or less max out. Is that correct?
So the insurance savings,
And that might be a Commissioner Bay's question too.
Correct. Well, our research shows that your insurance rating changes drastically when you go from the 6 to the 5.
Okay.
Right? But notably, I want to make sure that you understand that being a 3 places us in the top 14% of departments nationwide.
There's the number we were looking for. That's a good one.
Again, it's good, this is excellent, but we can't forego the idea of things like the Inverness Fire Station. That's going to be really important because there's 20,000 households that we pick up once we build that new fire station that gets them within that 5 miles. So it's the hydrant, the fire station location, and then a lot of companies want a paved road. So if it's a dirt, sand road, they get a little bit of a ding on their insurance for that as well. But this is excellent news. Good job.
Thank you.
We have to stay vigilant about this new growth and where it's going and making sure that we have these fire stations in the right places.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
Madam Chair?
yes, sir.
Chief, probably not a question I should ask in a public forum, but any conversations going on with the cities for those of us who don't live within 5 miles of a county fire station, but that the city would be the first to respond if they would agree to outside of city limits.
Yes, we're in the process of renewing our MOUs with the cities, and we have some options for them to select. And once they select those options, hopefully some of that will change.
That would be fantastic. Not just speaking for myself, but there's a lot of people who live very, very close to the two cities, as Commissioner Bays was alluding to as well, that would benefit just simply by the cities agreeing to be the first response?
First arrival, yes.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Within 5 miles of their station.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, sir. So, and moving in the future, obviously, you know, we have 778 square miles in Citrus County. You got to think and do the math. We have 10 fire stations in the county, and we cover that pretty well. However, you know, take the mileage and do the square footage or the square mileage, and you know, we're far behind. We've got to look at it in the future to make sure that we're ready to continue developing those services in the rural areas.
How difficult or labor intense would it be to send a letter to all the insurance agencies within the county and provide them a copy of that letter?
Wouldn't be too hard for us.
I mean, that just would be a little
Yeah,
added value, I think, so.
Yes, when we get their letters completed and we're ready to publish those, and we can do that.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. If there's no further questions, thanks. Mr. Howard, do you have anything else?
That was it. Just great news there. The interactive growth model, working with David Farmer, we're working on that as well. Future placement of fire stations. So we're actually doing that as a submodel. That's going to be very important data as you move forward. But I will tell you, a lot of communities in Florida be very jealous of this 3. It's a big deal. Having worked with ISO and other communities, it's a lot of work, a lot of effort. So I applaud everybody for that. It's a really big, big deal.
All right. Commissioner Davis, you have anything?
I'm going to put Steve and Denise on the spot. They both came with me to the medical examiner board meeting and saw firsthand what's going on that particular board. We got a lot of difficult decisions ahead of us. It looks like, sincerely doubt we will be able to change Lake County's mind into leaving the district. Why did you make a face, Denise?
I didn't know they had their next meeting and what happened.
I'm talking about from what was discussed. It's been they have not had their next meeting that I'm aware of.
I still got my fingers crossed.
Yeah, so if you have any sway whatsoever with Lake County commissioners, now's the time to have a discussion with them. The overarching issue, just to remind everyone, is that we were about 2 years into building a new morgue for 6 counties. And Seminole went to Lake and said, hey, why don't you leave the district with us and we'll form our own district. The unfortunate part is that the building that we are in now is currently in Lake County. And it is way too small for 6 counties. It is debatable whether 4 of us could shoehorn our way in. We have the ability to stay in that building and let the other 2 leave, and then they will have to find their own morgue facility. The ironic part is that they intend to use the same medical examiner that we use. So it's the same providers. We're just going to be in 2 separate buildings. So, you know, we could theoretically, the 4 of us stay there longer, but then all of this 2 years worth of work is out the window. The other option is that we continue forward to build a new morgue in Marion County with just the 4 counties and adjust the size downward, which makes it more expensive for the 4 counties' residents. So I think it's very bad governance. I do not see any way, shape, and form that it is not more cost effective for 6 versus 4 to move forward. And I think it's really unfortunate how all this went down. And now that you've had time to think about it, do you have anything to say?
I think you summarized it. I mean, it's just disappointing.
So again, if you have any sway whatsoever, and then we also need to really talk to our stakeholders about whether they're okay with Lake leaving, because originally Lake, it's a 5-county district, and it has a lot of commonality with other, you know.
The Fifth Circuit.
Exactly.
The judicial circuit is made up of Lake Sumter, Marion, Citrus, and Hernando, which is the same as the medical examiners committee, except Seminole is added to it. So the five counties in the Fifth Judicial Circuit share public defender, state attorney, and then they each have their own sheriff. So when commissioners referring to stakeholders, it would be the state attorney, Bill Gladson, the public defender, Michael Graves, and then each of the sheriffs in the 5 counties. So if you have any relationships with any of those individuals, it would be, if you didn't mind, reaching out and encouraging them to stay, at least keep the Fifth Judicial Circuit cohesive. It would be better for the court systems. And at least one sheriff has suggested that he would like to see everyone stay together. I don't know that we've heard from Bill Gladson or Michael Graves, so.
Can you help us with names, numbers, or your department, names, numbers, emails, or whatever of everyone that we should talk with, since law is sort of your bailiwick?
Sort of.
Sort of?
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate
We can
that.
absolutely get you.
And send it to all 5 of us, just to make sure that we hit all of them. And one final point, this has to go before the state Medical Examiner Commission, which is actually chaired by our medical examiner, in an ironic twist of fate.
Sounds like a
Why are
conflict
you
of
looking at me?
interest.
She recused her,
She
when
recused herself.
when it came up the last time before them, Dr. Wolf did step aside.
And I have the utmost respect for her as a professional. She is a lovely human being and highly ethical. So she did recuse herself. However, what I understand the commission wants to see is whether the stakeholders are okay with a breakup. Because if they're not okay with a breakup, that would sway their opinion on whether to approve the breakup. So, long story short, it's okay that Seminole leaves. Lake County really ought to stay.
In other states, how are the medical examiners? Are they by county or are they districts? Do they operate the same as Florida, or do you know? Do you have any clue?
I can't speak to other states. I can only speak to Florida. And Florida, most of the districts fall along judicial circuit lines, except for a few. Like Seminole, for example, is its own district. I don't believe it's its own judicial circuit.
It just seems, I don't know, it seems like something that the state should take on.
Well, there is a statute, and the statute provides how the medical examiner committees are structured, which our circuit is Circuit 5. We graciously allowed Seminole to join us, even though
I
they're
get that part. I'm just saying, it just seems like the whole thing should be managed by the state. That's my.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Well, the decision will be managed by the state commission, whether to allow the breakup or not. And so whatever encouragement we can provide to the Lake County Commissioner as well as all the stakeholders in District 5 would be very appreciated by my colleagues. Thank you.
Commissioner Kennard, man of the hour.
Yeah, right. I won't go too far into this. Essentially, the Withlacoochee Aquatic, was it Restoration? Yes, that group. Lady there, and I apologize, Ursula, I'm going to butcher your name if you're watching. Miss Ursula Schwitke, I think is how you say the last name. Anyway, she's reached out to me several times. We've had some great conversation about this project, and what they're doing is they're just looking for a letter of support from the board, saying that we support their efforts to seek a grant to study the flood control structures on the barge canal. They believe that, that there are inherent issues either with the design or placement of those structures. And they're looking to have a study done that would codify that, and then the Lions' work begins of trying to convince DEP that those structures would need to be replaced or modified or whatever would be suggested in that report. But essentially, all they're looking for from us is a letter stating, great, we support your effort to get a grant. So I would make a motion that we approve item K1.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Barrick. Is there any public input? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Commissioner Barrick.
I just wanted to say that Transportation Disadvantage is doing a really good job, and we should be very proud of the personnel there. They are putting in for the grants as they're supposed to. They're getting the numbers in so that they can get the grants, so that the people in our county that are transportation disadvantaged have a phone number they can call, they can contact, and we do send a van to take them where they need to go, whether it's shopping or a doctor or whatever they need. And the staff needs to know. We had our quarterly meeting, and I was really, really proud of all the work that they put in, and they do a fantastic job.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Bennigan? Just for me, Commissioner Kennard did a fabulous job last board meeting, bringing up ways that managing our growth with, not put a moratorium on, but talking about some other issues. And I just want to make sure that we don't lose that momentum. So I'm either would like on our next meeting to either have something time specific or have a workshop so that we continue to look at what's going on with the growth in our county and address it, whether it's developer agreements, infrastructure resiliency, mobility plans, concurrency, where are we going, how are we looking at? I don't want to lose sight. I thought that was fantastic what you said, but I would like to get something on the agenda. So either that or a workshop so that we can talk about it.
There's already a placeholder. Eric was out today on vacation, so I wanted to make sure he was here, but it'll be on the next board meeting. We already have a
Perfect.
placeholder for it.
Okay.
We're already
great.
having good discussions. I've had lots of discussions with my peers across the state. So hoping to bring some of that back, but we're also working with Commissioner Kennard with all the great information he brought forward, but we are going to be prepared to bring something forward at the next meeting.
Very good.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Kennard.
Just a quick comment on that, and thank you for bringing that up. And I agree, we don't want to lose momentum on that whatsoever. In knowing what was coming forward on some of the agenda issues, I felt like it might be a little bit heavy to add all of that on top of the agenda this week. I did ask for it to be, it wasn't quite ready to be brought forward yet, but absolutely next meeting, I want to see it there, and let's start down that road, if you will.
Fantastic. Ms. Lynn, do you have anything?
Yeah, ma'am, thank you.
This will be the last open to the public. Anyone wishing to address the board, please come forward. Going once, going twice. All right, we're going to close open to the public. We will adjourn or recess, oh my gosh, until 5:01. Good afternoon and welcome to the BOCC for our public hearings tonight. Our first one is Navro Family Gym, and I will turn it over to you, Ms. Lynn.
Yes, good evening. With regard to PUD-2025-00001, do you have any ex parte communications we need to disclose for the record? And we'll start with Commissioner Davis.
No.
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 I went and saw the gym over in Crystal River.
I spoke with Mr. Navarro before they had an application. It said that they were considering that, and I think that I directed him to the planner of the day. I think that was my conversation.
Very nice. Planner of the day.
I'm learning, 8.5 years, I'm getting there.
Thank you. Commissioners, at the conclusion of this public hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Use Atlas Map and the Master Plan for Nature Coast Park to allow for retail and gym uses on Lot 5, also known as Parcel 13240, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And I believe that someone from the Navarro family is here for the applicant, and if you want to make your presentation.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you so much. Make it pretty quick. These are all my family members and my business partner, Robert, and his wife, my dad, and my brother. There are 2 other brothers who are partners in this as well. They're both active duty military. We're all retired military, so, and law enforcement. Anyways, long story short, we own 1 gym in the county, and it's growing, and we want to open another one because we've started to outgrow this one, and our gym model is one of not having tons of members and making it so people can have plenty of space to work out. As the county continues to grow and our country continues to move in a healthier direction, which we're super excited about, more and more people are, taking their health very seriously. So we want to provide that opportunity for everybody.
Nice.
All right.
Did you want to talk about the application, what you plan to do?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was, you guys already knew, I'm sorry. Pretty much we're painting the building and we're putting some bathrooms in. As far as construction or anything goes, I like the fact that we can utilize an existing building that was, abandoned and obviously somewhat of an eyesore for the community because it wasn't leased. Not to say that, the previous leasee didn't take care of it as CVS, but construction-wise and modification-wise, obviously we're just going to paint it, make it look really nice, take care of the garden outside, make it look really nice, add some bathrooms and those type of facilities. Is that what you mean as far as, any modifications and things?
This is your opportunity to tell the board what you're asking of them and what you would like them to do.
Okay. All right. I'm asking for you guys to allow us to use that for retail and service because it's zoned for retail only, and we do retail and service. Obviously, as a gym, we sell smoothies and T-shirts and obviously help people with their physical fitness. So we're classified as a service business. It's already commercially rated, which I'm sure you guys are aware of, and we're not asking for it to be any different than that, but obviously zoned for retail, and so it needs to be retail and service. So I appreciate your guys' consideration and, allowing us to continue to help the community and, repurpose an existing building. So that'd be all.
Board, do you have any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Barrick.
I've been asked by several people, are you going to leave the access for traffic so that people can get from the Dunkin' Donuts and the Shell gas station and get around over to the street and then the traffic light rather than have to cut straight out onto 491?
Of course, absolutely, yeah. I'm not going to modify any of the traffic. Retired law enforcement officer, I know they put those there for a purpose. That's to help reduce traffic accidents for sure. No, I do not plan on. Plus, it's free advertising for me. They drive through my location and they see my gym.
Thank you.
So of course.
To get
Well, we're gonna have a little competing there because I have a smoothie drive-through now that so we're gonna have a little contest, but that's free enterprise for America, so that's good stuff. Yes, ma'am.
No, I'm just laughing.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Anyone else? All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, this is an application to amend an existing PUD called Nature Coast Park. It's originally from 1995, and this particular lot is 2.4 acres. So there's the lot in question. It was an existing CVS. It has been closed, so it's been sitting there for a while in Beverly Hills on the west side of 491. This is the PUD for Nature Coast Park. You can see there's already been several changes in there from the original. This was originally a retail bank. So in your packet, you have the conditions of approval. All 9 conditions are exactly the same for the entire PUD, with the exception of condition 1, which would change for lot 5 to be, instead of retail and bank, it would be retail and service/gym. The planning, this is the existing building, the former pharmacy, and they aren't planning, as you heard, to make a lot of changes to it. The Planning and Development Commission did discuss this on April 17th, 2025. I'll tell you, there was a lot of positive comments about this existing Citrus County business, how they're expanding. The Planning and Development Commission recommended unanimous approval. That's it.
Board, do you have any comments for staff? Questions? No? No? All right. Well, I guess we will open it up to the public. Would anyone from the public like to speak on this application? See none. Board?
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on competent and substantial information, I make a motion to approve PUD 2025-00001 Navarro Family Gym LLC.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Barrick. All those in favor?
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Just a quick question. There are 9 conditions from the PDC. The applicant is fine with all 9 conditions?
9 of them, they're all existing. We did talk about, the only condition changing is the /service and gym area, and I know they were okay at PDC. I'm looking at them, but they want to do a service and /gym area, so.
Perfect. And Madam Chair, given how many minute corrections we had today, does the motion have to say evidence instead of information?
It would be helpful if it said evidence.
We can change it to evidence.
I second that.
All right.
And I think this is a lovely redevelopment of an existing, vacant building, so.
All right, call for the
Expanding
vote.
business.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Congratulations and good luck.
Chair, just a quick clarification. I just wanted to make sure y'all discussed the conditions, but they didn't adjust their motion. So you don't want the conditions in the motion.
The conditions are included in the ordinance,
Okay.
so they're included.
Okay, thank you.
Could I ask a little favor? Would you guys be opposed to a little photo with all of us doing like something like this?
If the board,
Let's do it. It's a family. They're veterans. How do you say no to veterans?
Thank you.
Do-
Well, you're different. And maybe you can send an email. Now we can talk.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Madam Chair, as everyone's making their way back to their seats, next up we have PUD 2217. And I'll request or ask you if you have had any ex parte communications, and we'll start with Commissioner Davis.
Yes. No, sorry, no. Yes, yes, me. Sorry. No, I did not have any expectations. Brain fart. Why do I always have to be first? Why do I always have to be first? Start
I'll
with Bernard
switch it
every
up.
once in a
I'll
while.
switch it up.
No.
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 Yes, I've been made aware of the project. We did not discuss it in detail, though.
Thank you. And with regard to this application, at the conclusion of this public hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Use Atlas map by adopting a new planned unit development for an expansion of an existing mini warehouse use in the general commercial land use district, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And I believe Ms. McKenzie is here for the applicant.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Brenda McKenzie. I'm with McKenzie Permitting and Consulting. My address is 7232 East Gospel Island Road in Inverness, and I have had the pleasure of being the agent for this project, PUD 2217. It is an existing storage unit. The business owners have been in the community their entire lives. It's a very well-run storage unit at full capacity, and they're needing to have an expansion, and that's what this project is for. It will be entering only from the existing storage unit, and we're hopeful that the board will see in favor that today we did have unanimous approval at the PDC. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any questions of the applicant? Seeing none, thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Jen Perkins, Senior Planner for the Land Development District. For PUD 2217, the applicant is requesting a mini warehouse building on 3 parcels that are zoned General Commercial District so that the owner may expand his existing mini warehouse business to the south. The 3 parcels are outlined in blue. So the parcels to the north, while they may be zoned also General Commercial District, they have been developed with 2 single-family residences, which means per the LDC, they are considered residentially designated, and they require a 15-foot type C landscape buffer to buffer them against the proposed project. There we go. This is the boundary survey. It shows that the depth of the property is 96 feet outside of that access easement. The master plan shows a 10-foot wide type A landscape buffer along with 2 24-foot wide access aisles and a 40-foot building width. That calculation totals 98 feet, which differs, and that is outside the access easement, differs from the boundary survey of 96 feet. Also, as I said, along those residentially designated parcels is required to be a 15-foot type C, not a 10-foot type A. And buffers do need to be outside of easements. So as it's proposed on the site plan today, there does not appear to be enough room for the proposed project. The site plan also says that East Goodwin Court is not improved, and so facade is not required. East Goodwin Court is improved. It provides access all the way to its termination to the east and provides access to all of the residents that are along that road. So any elevation of a building that fronts East Goodwin Court is going to need to meet facade standards. The proposed project is compatible with the existing business to the south. It may not be compatible with the surrounding residential neighborhood. However, meeting facade standards and installing required landscape buffers may lessen any incompatibility with the surrounding residential neighborhood. Thank you.
Board, do you have any questions of staff?
Yeah, I've got a quick question. Can you put that slide back up there again?
Which one?
The last one that you just had up there.
The master plan? The zoning. There we go.
Yeah, you'd said that it's incompatible with the surrounding parcels except for the one to the south. What is, now to the north, is that a shed sales place? I see a bunch of sheds.
That is an unpermitted shed sales business. It is not permitted. That is technically a vacant commercial lot.
Okay. And would this project be compatible with that?
As a retail business, it would be more compatible with that sort of business
Okay.
venture.
All right, thank you.
Board members, anything else with staff? All right, looking for a motion.
Public
Oh,
input?
sorry. Oof, boy.
I'm sorry, Commissioners. May I add one thing? That the
Yes, ma'am.
PDC did recommend approval with the conditions that were included in the staff report.
Thank you.
Thank
We'll
you for
open
that.
it up to the public at this time. Anyone wishing to speak regarding this application? Seeing none, we'll close open to the public.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
based on competent and substantial evidence, move approval of PUD 2217 Brenda McKenzie for BFB Storage LLC.
Second?
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Kennard.
A and B?
A, no, just B, because A is the public hearing.
If there's no further comments, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Commissioners, next on your agenda is AA PUD-2025-00001. And with regard to this application, do you have any ex parte communications? And we'll start with Commissioner Kennard.
No.
No.
Yes.
No.
No.
Thank you. And at the conclusion of this public hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, a political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Use Atlas map by redesignating approximately 34.1 acres from the low-density residential district with mobile homes allowed to the low-density residential district, and to establish a new planned unit development for single-family residential uses, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modifications that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And there were numerous people here from the applicant. I'm not sure who will be presenting.
Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Betsy Jolly, Jolley, an AICP certified planner and planning manager with Coastal Engineering, located at 966 Candlelight Boulevard, Brooksville, Florida 34601. Also with Coastal, I'm joined by Ron Pianta, AICP and Cliff Manuel PE and owner. Next slide, please. And then, sorry, intro, and next slide, please. We're presenting an opportunity tonight that we believe will complement the community in an area targeted by your comp plan for increased development and infrastructure. The subject property consists of 34 acres east of Rock Crusher Road and north of West Homosassa Trail. Is proposed to retain its low-density residential future land use designation and establish a new planned unit development for 125 single-family units. It's important to note your comp plan and land development code include criteria for establishment of the PUD, and those have been incorporated into the master plan and conditions. We'll address those specifically later in the presentation, but note the proposed density is roughly half of what could be proposed 6 dwelling units an acre, and yet less than the 4 dwelling units an acre in the next highest medium density residential district. I'll now turn it over to Ron Pianta to explain in more detail how the community was thoughtfully designed, with techniques that meet or exceed the standards recommended by the Comp Plan and Land Development Code for establishment of PUD. Next slide, please.
Good evening, Honorable Chair and Commissioners. I am Ron Pianta with Coastal Engineering. I am a certified planner with over 35 years' experience. I want to highlight for you the efforts that we've made to make the project compatible with the surrounding area and maintain consistency with your comprehensive plan. What you see on this particular slide is the proposed master plan. The techniques that we have employed to enhance compatibility include placing 9,600 square foot lots on the north and south perimeter of the project. The 9,600 square foot lots will meet the maximum lot coverage of 0.35 ISR. You will see that the slide shows that standard as an FAR. It should be an ISR standard per your code. We'll be maintaining a 25-foot perimeter landscape buffer. The design and distance will far exceed the minimum LDC requirement. We are providing a 40-foot perimeter building setback. The smaller lots are located internal to the project, and they're 200 plus feet from the external properties. The plan also provides for an enhanced buffer open space along Rock Crusher Road for visual aesthetics. I also want you to note that we're providing for a future roadway connection to the east for access, and more importantly, it's a potential future utility connection. Although it's an unrecorded plat, this area is under unified ownership, approximately 100 acres, and likely would be redeveloped with an updated plan. I do want to emphasize that it's not currently shovel-ready, and the reason for that is because it lacks approved infrastructure. Next slide, please. This slide shows you the surrounding development pattern. The site is an infill site within the county PSA, your primary service area. This is an important point since your primary service area is where your comprehensive plan directs growth, is intended to direct growth. The proposed density is consistent with the density to the north and just over half the maximum allowable by the PUD in the LDR district, as Ms. Jolly had stated. Buffering and larger perimeter lots are used to reduce the visual impact of the subdivision. Next slide, please. This graphic shows the lot widths to the north of the property, that the north property line match the existing lots at 80 feet wide. The proposed lots are 80 by 120 plus a 25-foot buffer, and the existing lots on the north property line are 80 by 140. Next slide, please. This graphic shows a cross-section of how the north property line will be treated. You can see from the aerial that there is a large amount of tree cover over the adjoining lots, and the existing homes have a significant rear yard. Our site is heavily wooded. Existing tree cover on the project site will be enhanced with landscaping to create an additional 25-foot buffer. All that's required by your code is a 5-foot grass strip, and we are exceeding the minimum. New homes will have a 40-foot perimeter setback. Next slide, please. This graphic shows the visual buffer that will be created along Rock Crusher Road to soften the look of the subdivision. As you recall from the proposed plan layout, there will be no lots that back up directly on Rock Crusher Road. Next slide, please. I'd like to talk a little bit about comprehensive plan consistency, and I do want to read these policies into the record since they're very important in determining consistency with your comprehensive plan. Policy 1723 states that the county will develop PSAs within portions of the county designated for suburban development and establish priorities and provisions for the extension of services to each area. Policy 1725 states that new development locating in the PSA shall be allowed only when central water and sewer are provided, and for new residential land uses, this shall apply to developments of 4 units or greater per acre. I'll now outline the techniques and standards that we've used to meet the intent of this policy and achieve compatibility. Again, we are proposing larger perimeter lots with 9,600 square feet in size. A 25-foot enhanced perimeter buffer exceeds the code minimum of 5 feet of a 5-foot sodded strip. The perimeter building setback of 40 feet. Compliance with the ISR standard of 0.35 for the perimeter lots. The ISR deviation is only for smaller internal lots. The smaller lots are located internally to the project, a significant distance from the external properties at 200+ feet. The proposed density of 3.67 is significantly less than the maximum possible of 6 and not that much greater than the density to the north. We've also created a scenic buffer along Rock Crusher Road, and we're utilizing enhanced architectural standards and internal street trees for aesthetics and monotony control. Next slide, please. I did get my slides backwards, but I'm going to read these into the record as well. If we can just return to the other slide quickly. Thank you. Really what I wanted to point out about these particular policies and their importance is that the PSA is intended for suburban type development and future growth. The property is an infill site within the PSA, and new development in the PSA is encouraged, subject to the availability of utilities. As an infill site within the PSA, it is prioritized for utility services. The site will connect to utility services. It'll make all necessary utility improvements, and the developer will enter into a utility service agreement with the county if required, and central utility services are preferable to septic tanks. If we could go to the next slide, please. I will read these into the record. Again, they're very important because the policies allow and provide for techniques and development standards to achieve compatibility. And what we've done to achieve compatibility is we've provided larger perimeter lot sizes, a 25-foot enhanced perimeter buffer, perimeter building setback of 40 feet, compliance with the ISR standard of 0.35 for the perimeter lots. The ISR deviation is only for the smaller internal lots, and the small lots are located internally to the project, 200 feet from the external property lines. The proposed density of 3.67 is significantly less than the maximum possible of 6, and not that much greater than the density to the north. And we've created a scenic buffer along Rock Crusher Road, and we're utilizing enhanced architectural standards and internal street trees for aesthetics and monotony control. And just bear with me, I do want to point out the significant parts of these two policies. And what's important about these policies is that they do allow and provide for land use techniques and development standards to achieve a functional and compatible land use framework, which we think we've done with the changes that we've made to the plan and the items that I've outlined for you. And Policy 1715-9 complements Policy 1728, and it does state the county shall establish standards to address compatibility. These can include buffering. Additional standards may include landscaping, and address at a minimum land use density, land use intensity. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Ms. Joplin. Next slide, please.
Good evening again. Betsy Jolly with Coastal Engineering for the record. For infrastructure, this property, again, is part of your planned service area that requires public water and sewer versus well and septic. And as required in the PSA, planned utility connections are being funded by the developer with an on-site pump station and 3,200 linear feet of off-site force main that will connect to the existing 8-inch force main northwest of the site. Water is available immediately adjacent to the site without additional off-site improvements. For transportation, we have 2 access points along Rock Crusher, which meets code, and a traffic impact analysis will be provided at preliminary plat to identify any additional improvements. Again, there's also a future interconnect to the southeast for access as well as utility extension. Adequate capacity for solid waste is available, and drainage will be code and Swift Mud compliant, meaning it will not cause flooding on or off site. Next slide, please. And in response to public comment received on gopher tortoises, we conducted a October 2024 study revealing 20 potentially occupied burrows. As you know, we'll have to do an updated FWC survey and get a permit prior to developing, and the gopher tortoises relocation will need to be completed prior to commencement of any development. Next slide, please. The home builder is voluntarily offering enhanced architectural standards to avoid a cookie cutter look and further complement the community. This slide shows sample elevations that include standards of 2 homes across the street and next to each other having to provide 2 different architectural elements, and front elevations have been designed to minimize the projection of the garage door from the street that would otherwise dominate the street frontage. To further enhance curb appeal, street trees will be planted every 30 feet on internal roads, and 2 trees per lot will be provided. Next slide, please. The value added to the community includes increased home value starting at $320,000 and increased taxable value. An additional utility customer base with new public utility infrastructure funded by the developer in your planned utility service area. Next slide, please. We agree with staff's performance conditions with the following revisions. Minimum 9,600 square foot lots to the north and the south, 6,000 minimum square foot lots internal to the site, and ISR deviation only for the internal lots of 0.55. And the reason this is required is because of the maximum building coverage being calculated with ISR, which doesn't account just for vertical building structure. We've also added a 40-foot perimeter building setback and the 25-foot landscape buffer. Again, enhanced architectural standards, monotony controls, and a requirement for a utility agreement if needed. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, the comp plan policies previously referenced encourage provisions and extension of services within PSAs, and state new development in PSAs shall only be allowed when central water and sewer are provided, such as what is proposed here. Again, water is available immediately adjacent to the site, and sewer will be extended to the site. Staff acknowledge the proposed perimeter lot sizes are more characteristic of the existing single-family homes in the area. And to be clear, the difference in density we're talking about is less than 1 dwelling unit per acre. The proposed PD meets and exceeds land development code general standards for PUD developments and policy 17.2.8 and 17.15.9 of the comp plan that, again, recommend standards to address compatibility, which in this case is the same use. We're proposing single-family homes. We're next to single-family homes. The slight increase in density is balanced by the voluntarily provided landscape buffer that's 5 times the code minimum. And the perimeter building setback ensures no homes are built within 40 feet around the entire property boundary. Again, perimeter lot widths exactly match the existing built 80-foot lots to the north, the closest development to the site. And those include rear yards around 50 foot deep and heavy existing vegetation and tree canopy along that boundary. Smaller lots have been shifted internal to the site, resulting in 210 feet of separation between the small 6,000 square foot lots and the larger lots to the north. 210 feet is bigger than the width of a football field. And this does not include the additional 50-yard rear setback that exists in the lots to the north. The requested deviation for smaller internal lots is only required again due to ISR being utilized for max lot coverage. The home structure itself won't exceed this percentage except for the largest 3,000 square foot home over 210 feet away, which again will not be visible. Finally, we respectfully request your support today and are available to answer any questions.
Board?
One minor correction. The 210 feet is not larger than a football field.
The width of it?
Football field's 300
160.
feet.
My sports-minded friends might be better, but I looked it up. I thought, the width is the width, not the length, yeah. 160 feet. Significant. Anything else I can answer?
So under the recreation open space, it identifies it, and I know it says here you'll need to demonstrate at the time of permitting. You're not showing any recreational space. It would be in with the drainage retention, so I know that you have to demonstrate it, but can you identify that now for us?
I think it's generally just gonna be, passive open space, and it's going to meet code.
And the ISR, you're going from, it should be 35 and you're asking for 55?
That's correct, but again, those are for the smaller lots, 210 feet away.
Board, do you have any other questions of the applicant? All right. Thank you. We're going to open it up to the public. Any? Oh, I'm
Staff.
sorry. I'm backwards tonight. Staff.
Sorry, we're going to get full screen so you can have a better view. All right, thank you. So I'm presenting AAPUD 2025-00001.
Just a second, Melissa. Do you need her turned up?
Yeah, please.
Kat, can you turn her up a little bit? No? Can
I'll
you
try to
move it
talk
closer
louder.
to you?
Yeah. I'll try to talk louder, sorry.
I can't hear it. They can't.
All right, thank you. All right, so the property is low-density residential. You are allowed 2 homes per acre by right, up to 6 an acre with a PUD. The adjacent parcels are approximately a 1/3 acre. The subject property proposes 23 80 by 120 lots and 105 proposed 50 by 120 lots. Again, this is the subject property. This is the proposed request and their previous request. As you can see, the previous request was more of a bubble plan. This one actually delineates the lots, shows the 105 interior lots and the larger perimeter lots on the 2 sides. The other 102 lots are the ones with the proposed ISR of 55%. 55% ISR is more consistent with high-density residential. And again, this is the site plan proposed by the applicant. The proposed master plan with the increased landscape buffers and larger perimeter lots may help with compatibility. However, the density remains higher than the surrounding area, and the applicant is requesting a substantial deviation from the LDC maximum ISR for the majority of the lots. In summation, I would like to say that the lots appear to be insufficient to meet ISR for the 102 interior lots. And I would like to add that the application was not recommended for approval by the PDC. Thank you.
Board, do you have any comments or questions of staff? All right, now we'll open it up to the public. Anyone wishing to address this application? Please state your name and address for the record.
My name's Chuck Shinsky. My wife and I own 4 acres immediately adjacent to this property. Planning and Development has voted this down twice, and you've all sidelined it twice. This is still a low-lying piece of property between Donahue and Potomac. It's in a flood zone area. Don't believe me, look it up yourself. They manipulated the pictures to make this thing look favorable. The picture of looking north on Rock Crusher was actually taken on Potomac. That's after the project. They want 125 houses plus roads, plus sidewalks, plus curbs, plus under drain utilities like water, electric, sewer, and drainage to a retention pond, all on 34 acres. Good luck. The lot sizes are not all the same. You have county water out front, but will it handle 125 more houses? They want to bring in sewer. Who's going to pay for that? Are they going to force us to hook up to that like they did the water line? At the last meeting, they listened to all their complaints, and then Junior got up there and lied his butt off. Happen. Everything will happen at a later date. This property should not be developed with that many houses. Why do you want it so badly? $350,000 per house, 125 houses. You do the math. They're going to lie their way into it any way they can. And the last thing is, what are they going to do with 34 acres of woods and trees? Are they going to cut and burn? Are they going to cut and grind, cut and haul? How are they going to handle it? They haven't answered any of these questions. All they keep saying is, we'll address it at a later date. Very poor planning, very poor process. And if Swift Mud's going to, I'm sorry, I'm trying not to swear. If Swift Mud is going to approve drainage, who did they talk to? I talked to Mike Frazier. He don't know nothing about this project. Tell me the name of who they talked to. Let's get it on the record. And I did it without swearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob Quarles, 5582 West Keaton Court. I was wondering, who did the traffic survey? Did the county do one? For Rock Crusher Road? Did anybody from the county do a traffic survey?
Our technical services, I think, looked at traffic.
I know of a developer survey did, but did they do it, what time of day, what day of the week did they do it? It makes a big difference. And the problem is, by the school there in Rock Crusher, they're going to develop, I think, 600 or 700 homes or more. On Crystal Oak, they should clear a bunch of property, put more home. Rock Crusher Road is in bad shape, and it's going to get worse with that much traffic. When I go by the school in the morning or afternoon, there's over 50 cars waiting on the side of the road to go into the school. It's, it's just not, it's too much. When is enough development? I mean, you set the standard or whatever for to be developed, the property, low density, medium, all that. And then it seemed like the county commissioner, you change it for the developer. I mean, why do you set it at a certain level, then you change it all the time? It doesn't make sense. It's just too much people. You can only build so many homes and support that many people. But I said, I wait to know about that traffic study, when it was done, the time of day of the week. I think that's very important. I mean, you go down to 490 or 44 and Rock Crusher and try to get out in the morning time or in the afternoon. You have to sit through 3 or 4 lights to go out. In the same way at the other end at 490 in Rock Crusher. And you're going to add all those homes. It's just too much. That's all I got to say.
Anyone else?
Good evening, Commissioners. Paul Darty, 3481 West King Beach Street. I went to both PDC meetings for this. They did, in fact, turn it down for various reasons. I have basically 3 observations I'd like to make about this, other than it being aesthetically pleasing the way they've put this together. It looks good on the surface. The top one in my list is the utilities coming into this area, particularly the sewage. It's going to be handled by a 1,700-foot extension they're putting in on an 8-inch pipe that's going to run all the way to Metacrest with all these pumps. As you know, the Metacrest facility is up in Pine Ridge, 4 or 5 miles away from this, and it was slated long ago to handle the open lots for Citrus Springs, Citrus Hills, Pine Ridge, that kind of thing. And now there are mega developments going in up there too. I can foresee a day in the not too distant future, if these things go boom real quick, where you folks will be scrambling to find out where you can put the rest of the sewage, particularly what's coming in south of 44 right now, okay? The extension, as far as I can see, might be taken down that southern road that they're showing in here now and out that proposed right-of-way in the southeast to points east. I'm assuming the water is coming in from there too. Where are these going to end up? Is there going to be perhaps another sewage plant out in that direction toward where I live on King B Street? Interesting point. A third point is this 34 acres, to the best of my knowledge, is, shall we say, controlled by the same people who own a 40-acre piece south of Wasik Sales on 491, where they actually went through this process similar to this about 3 years ago and were turned down. That piece of property has very nasty soils, old mine stuff, south of Wasik Sales. This one has Candler, which is a nice thing if you're going to put septics in and so on. But if you find a clay base under that thing, and I do know from my own digging working in septic that there is clay pockets out there along Potomac and Donovan and stuff like that back in there, and you decide to develop, shall we say, the Con-State properties to the immediate east of this, you could end up putting a lot of water in the ground if some of those go in with different conditions than what are here. Please keep these things in mind when and if you vote on this thing, because you are setting a precedent for these mid-sized developments. You are setting up another piece of property about 2 miles to the east. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the board? Going once, going twice?
I know I had my time. Can I say 2 more things?
No, sorry. The rules.
Rebuttal?
Yes, board members.
If the applicant wants to rebut anything that the public said, now would be the opportunity.
Thank you. Ron Piante again. I'd like to make a few comments, and then I'll ask Mr. Manuel to come up and continue the rebuttal. The first thing I really wanted to talk about was the recreation and open space, since that question was asked. The plan is in front of you, and you'll see the 2 green areas, which are passive recreation. We do currently meet the 20% requirement for open space, which can include your recreation area, your buffers, and your retention. So we meet that standard. And we know that when we go through the planning process, the preliminary plan process, we have to meet whatever requirements the county has. So if that means we have to change the location or lose a lot or 2, then we have to meet those requirements. So we do understand that. Regarding stormwater, and Mr. Manuel can talk about this a little more, I don't believe that we ever indicated that we spoke to somebody at the Water Management District. What we have said is that we know we have to meet those requirements. And our post-development runoff rate needs to meet the pre-development runoff rate. So any water coming onto the site, we have to retain on site. We can't discharge that onto adjoining properties. Regarding the the comments regarding traffic, there's certainly legitimate comments and legitimate concerns. I can tell you that we have had a traffic engineer take a preliminary look at it, and we know that we have to meet your standards. We have to submit that information to your staff. Your staff has to review it. The methodology has to meet those requirements. So there was some talk about the timing of the study, when the study is done. There are standards for that, and we have to meet those standards, and your staff will review those. We also know that if there are improvements required, we will have to meet those requirements, and those improvements will have to meet your standard, DOT standard per the staff report. And we also know that based on your staff report, your staff does want us to look at some intersection traffic and the school traffic as well. So we do know we have to go through the process to demonstrate that we can mitigate traffic. And regarding utilities, there's some concern about extending utilities into the property, and I gather that part of the concern is, will the properties that are out there now have to eventually hook up? That eventually is up to the county. But what's important for us, and what's important here, is that we're in the PSA, so utilities are encouraged, and we're agreeable to extending the utilities and making all the improvements required to make sure that they work and you have adequate capacity. I think the other thing that's important is that we are making provisions to extend utilities to the east if necessary to that vacant property, which currently has no infrastructure. So infrastructure would be made available to that property, which is in your PSA. And I think I covered most of the comments. If I didn't, Mr. Manuel he will cover those comments. But thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, board members, Cliff Manuel, president and owner of Coastal Engineering, and we represent the applicant for this project. I wanted to bring a couple of things to your attention, as well as address a couple of items that I've heard from the citizens that are concerned. And I'm going to start with drainage. I've been working doing drainage systems in Hernando and Citrus County since 1981. I actually was involved when the Water Management District first put their rules together to protect and make sure that adjacent properties weren't flooded by development. In this particular case, we have Candler-Fine soils. It's a well-drained piece of property. All of our runoff from the development has to be retained on site. We cannot discharge any runoff to adjacent properties. We have pre-applications with the district for all of our projects, so if this were to be approved and moving forward, the first thing that we do is sit down with the Water Management District, go through the development, the site constraints, the topography, the soils types, and then we come up with a plan for development that makes sure that our development doesn't impose stormwater issues on adjacent properties. We're very good at flood management studies. We've done a lot of them, both for the county and for private development. We maintain a really good reputation, making sure that all of our projects as it relates to stormwater are not only designed and permitted properly, but also constructed properly to make sure those permit conditions are met. As it relates to water and sewer, there is a water line and a hydrant next to the property, so obviously Citrus County is ready to serve water in this area. We do have to run off site to connect to a sewer system. When we show that in our presentation, we've already done a preliminary analysis that has determined that we can make a connection to an existing part of the Citrus County system and provide for the 125 homes that we're proposing. Of course, all of that criteria is reviewed in detail with your staff. We don't make those decisions unilaterally. Ultimately, when a preliminary plan comes in for approval, those calculations are done, reviewed with your staff, and then ultimately the improvements are constructed consistent with Citrus County requirements for that particular benefit. The other thing I wanted to visit with the board about is the PUD that we're pursuing. We spent a lot of time reviewing what a PUD is in Citrus County and how it can be used, and we have focused 100% trying to make sure that we're compliant with the PUD requirements so that if we came in and wanted to do something, then the standard 2 units per acre
and connect to off-site sewer, expand to PSA, that we actually met the PUD requirements for that benefit, which would allow us to maybe put something in up to 6 units per acre. In this case, we've chosen 3.6, but still want to implement 100% of the PUD requirements for enhanced buffering, for on-site passive recreation facilities, for additional things that make our project compatible with the area, including making what I call a project edge, where our edge of the development is actually consistent with what's around us. And we're hoping that y'all could see the things that we've done under the PUD guidelines for Citrus County to determine that we're compatible with those guidelines and should be allowed to build something similar to what we've proposed. We also would like feedback from the board if we're missing the mark or have not addressed something properly for y'all today to consider approval. This is an open project. We're trying to complete it for a developer friend of ours that wants to invest in Citrus County. His investment is pure. He's not trying to cause any issues for anybody. He's found a piece of land that looks compatible with what he's proposed to build. He's got an excellent builder with him, prepared to build the homes and meet the standards that we've put in place to make sure the homes look compatible with the neighborhood. He's putting in sidewalks and really spending the kind of money that you would want a developer to do in Citrus County to make his investment important not only to County Commission, but the citizens that will ultimately move into these homes and live here as part of your community. So I wanted to summarize those things for the board, open the board for any questions that y'all may have from any of our team that's here today, including myself, as far as what we might do to help y'all see this project favorably.
Well, that was rebuttal.
And I think we addressed all the citizens' item if we missed anything, but I think we captured the citizen input. And then the southeast corner, Commissioner Bays, it's going to be a passive recreation dog park area. The large green area in the lower southeast corner is the primary rec center area.
Questions? Remark, comments?
Yeah, I got comments. First of all, the sewer's not there yet, and the water's not there yet, and I know we have problems getting water to other places in Citrus County at the present time. So to say we're gonna, move ahead with sewer and water on this project, the tree removal, I don't see any real plan for tree removal, how they're gonna do it, unless they clear cut everything again. Okay? I do see a problem with the traffic increase. And I don't see it being completed in 3 years. And under J, it says if it's not, are they gonna just leave it? In other words, cut down the trees, do whatever, and leave, because after 3 years, the PUD terminates, becomes null and void.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Davis.
There's a few things that I like about what you've proposed, so it pains me to say that I'm not going to be in support of it. I don't believe it's just too far away from the comprehensive plan and land development code, and we do need more density. This just is not the right spot for it, I don't believe. So I will make a motion, if you're looking for a motion. Commissioner Bays?
Yes.
Based on competent and substantial evidence, I move that we deny AAPUD 2025-00001 Garden Street Communities as not being inconsistent, that is, with the Citrus County Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Barrick. Is there any further comments?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and chime in. They'd asked for some feedback on it as well from the board. While I appreciate the effort on the outer part of the project, the inner portion of it does require significant increase in ISR to put that many lots in there. And that's just not what we're looking for. We're looking for, this appears to be headed in the direction of a quality development over quantity is what we're looking for. This has too much emphasis on the quantity of it. I can't support it at this time.
Any comments? What I do appreciate is that you came back with a plan versus a bubble, which that's something that I'm always looking for. I like certainty, so I appreciate you bringing that back. Just for the record, I did look it up. It is in an X zone. Somebody said it was in a flood zone. It is not in a flood zone. It's an X zone. This one kind of pains me, but I will call the vote. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Madam Chair, it pains me as well. We do need density.
Oh, we're adjourned. Sorry. So